Alright, looks like the stream is on. So let's close some stuff like the Google. And then let's get in here. All right. So let's get the dailies out of the way. I don't know what's in the inbox here. A bunch of things. Cool. Ooh, 1.5K. Nope. Somebody already attacked. Speaking of which, I forgot to turn my laptop on again. What's up, Gravy? How are you on this fine Tuesday afternoon? So something really cool that you should look at. Go ahead and type exclamation point letters. Something super dope will happen. Oh, you don't have any yet. Give it just a second, and you'll have letters. You can't use them yet. You just watch. It's going to be the new point system, so instead of just getting generic points, you're going to get letters, and then you're going to use those letters to spell words. And then based on the letters that you use and the multipliers given, sort of like Scrabble, you know how you've got like double letter scores, triple word scores, stuff like that. Well, I'm going to incorporate something like that into a natural language system. Yeah, all the other points are going to disappear. They're not gone yet, but they are going to disappear when the new system gets implemented. Right now, it's only like 1 minute. You get a new letter every minute. Obviously, there's some balance stuff that has to be done. But, and eventually, once we reset the game and reset, chat and the boss and all that stuff, I'll delete everybody's letters. I just want to give people an idea of like what that system's going to look like as we build it so that they can kind of get a see, get a look-see. Wait, isn't this event supposed to be over? 6 hours, okay. Why is it still saying you don't have any letters? I fixed it last night. It tells me I have letters. That's really annoying. Let's see, is this turned on? Did I turn it off? Nope. Oh, that's turned on. Oh, that's turned on. Yeah, should be working. It didn't change anything since it worked last night. Maybe it's 3 minutes. Maybe I changed it back or something. Oh, there you go. Now you got some letters. So you have one H and one O or one Q. That's kind of far away. I can't read it. Yeah, so the way this is going to end up working is... right, so you can't do anything with the letters yet because that part of it hasn't been implemented. But what's going to happen is down here somewhere, or up here somewhere, or somewhere on the screen, we're going to have a bunch of dashes like you would in Hangman, right? And I think I want to do a maximum of 15 letters at a time. And then I'll randomly generate multipliers. So this one might be like a times 2 letter score. And this one might be like a times 3 word score or something like that. And so the goal will be to create words that fill up a certain number of these slots. And based on how many of them you fill up, your letters are going to be worth certain values like they would be in Scrabble. And then they'll hit these multipliers, these letter scores and these word scores. And then the system will tally those all up. And then instead of just having a base attack power, your base attack power for whatever attack you end up doing will be based on this word system. No, it's always going to be a maximum of 15 letters, but then you can use any number of letters between 1 and 15. And so the goal will be, and you don't just make one word, right? You make any number of words that fit in 15 letters. So, and then I'm going to connect it to an LLM that's going to know what your attacks are. So you might have the ability to say punch and kick, and maybe you can also heal, right? And so the word that you put in here might be bandage, right? Maybe I'll spell out bandage up here. And then I'll send the word bandage to the LLM. You'll get the value of your heal based on the word that you put up here, right? Based on the values that are here. And then the LLM will decide which action you're taking based on the word you used. So you'll use natural language, and then the LLM will say, oh, okay, well, the word bandage is closest to the word heal. So that must be the ability that he's trying to use. And then it'll trigger the heal ability, and it'll use this value as your heal value, as your base heal value. And so if you put uppercut instead, it would go, oh, okay, well, an uppercut is a punch. And then it's going to use, the punch cinematic or the punch animation and any sort of different modifiers that the punch has, right? Maybe punch has a certain crit rate, or punch has a certain multiplier for damage, or, anything like that. So you're using natural language. The LLM is identifying what you're trying to do and then triggering that. And so you're getting to change how much damage you're doing based on your creativity, right? Your ability to put something in here that takes up a lot of these, uses up a lot of letters, and then hits a lot of like multipliers and stuff like that in here. It's fairly complex to implement, but it should be fairly easy for you all to participate with, because all you're going to have to do is just type in any word, right? Yeah, you can get all 26 letters, and they'll be weighted. They're not weighted differently right now, but they will be weighted in the future where, and you can get multiple. So you see now you have two O's. So you could you could make like the word hoof right now, like HOOF. Um, or I don't know. Um, and so yeah, so you'll use that natural language and you'll implement based on that. I can make fog, but that doesn't connect with anything. Yeah, well, so and I'll be making a lot of more attacks because of that, right? Um, so we might make some sort of an evasion attack or something like that. So the word fog might, or action, not attack, the word fog might fit in with some sort of evasion mechanic or something like that. But yeah, you're right. There will be times where not every single word is going to correlate to an action. And there's a catch-all for that, where if none of them are close, then the AI will say, what you've just put in doesn't make any sense and give you your letters back. But the big key here might have to train. No, I definitely haven't had to train the LLM for that. I might have to give it some specific instructions, but I've already got an LLM running on my laptop. The only thing I have to do now is just connect it to streamer.bot so I can send it information and get back responses. But I've already typed in really basic stuff. I gave it that exact same example I gave you, where I gave it the words. I said, of these terms, and then in parentheses I put punch, kick, heel. Which one is closest to this term? And then in parentheses I put bandage, and it gave me back heel. And then I gave it uppercut, and it gave me back punch. And then I gave it roundhouse, and it gave me back kick. This is a very, very lightweight 3.4 billion parameter LLM that's running locally on my laptop, not in the cloud. So we can query it as many times as we want, right? There's no token costs or anything like that. It's all happening for free on my computer. So we should be able to get pretty heavy with it. I mean, comparisons like that are really simple, right? Language models are honestly really good at comparisons because that's kind of what they're doing all the time, right? And so those really basic comparisons that are about trying to get words together. Have you tried more complex words? I don't know, like chastise or castigate. No, I haven't tried any really, really complex words. Um, I'll try that tonight as I'm working on it. For sure. But something else we can do with this um, is we can use this system to also create runtime procedurally generated animations. So because the LLM is able to identify what your intention with your words is, right? Like um, anything that's even remotely related to fire could easily be identified as a fire tag. And because you can use systems of tags for parts of animations, like um, like having some sort of a fire effect, having a punch animation with the character, having some sort of explosion effect if there was some sort of explosion tag on it, right? You can make all these really basic parts of animations that you haven't already put together, but that can all run sort of simultaneously. And then you can use a tag system that's taking your natural language, identifying what tags it's associated with, and then putting out a procedural animation that's just drawing these pieces of animation in. So that's something also that I kind of want to do with the system so that I can animate less and ultimately get more out of it. Oh, I have 500 potion chests. Oh no, I have 1,000 potion chests. What the holy shiznit is going on with all my potion chests? What would a word like gas do? Gas can be used to evade and also cause sustained damage, right? That's a good question. I guess if you just used the word gas, then the AI would just pick one, right? And I guess it would also depend on, because it's looking for the closest comparison, right? So if evade wasn't necessarily just the word evade, right? If the evade skill was actually called like smoke bomb or something like that, instead of just evade, and you used the word gas, then it would probably go for the smoke bomb skill, right? Because that's close. But if instead the word for evade was, dodge, right? Gas probably wouldn't fit in that. And then if your damage over time skill was called like choking miasma, and you use the word gas, it would probably use that. Now, if you gave two, right? If you were using both smoke bomb and choking miasma, and you use the word gas, right? That would be a little up in the air. But I think it would just depend on what it was you were naming the skills, right? Yeah, I don't either. I don't either. It's an interesting idea. I feel like my power has gone down. I don't understand. Gotta do dailies. Gotta do guild dailies. Get some supplies here. Go to the guild dungeon. Would be cool to test and see what it picks. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I mean, we really need to come up with, or I need to really need to come up with, more abilities, more mechanics, more stuff like that. And then I want to get this all rolled into, Godot, into a Godot project. So honestly, I'd really like to, we're just going to skip this. I'd really like to even get the AI rolled into the Godot project so that it can all be packaged and distributed. So that other people can use the game as well. But all of that's fairly far off. For now, I'm just trying to hack together an implementation as well as I can. Does the attack power also depend on the number of letters in the word? Yeah, so each letter, I don't know if you've ever played Scrabble, but in Scrabble, really common words are worth fewer, or really common letters are worth fewer points, and really rare letters like Z are worth more points. Right now, the letters aren't weighted, so you get each letter at the same rate as any other letter, but eventually they'll be weighted. So, like, an A is a fairly common letter, it might be worth 1 point, but then, like, Z is really uncommon, so it might be worth 5. And so then you'll have to figure out where in the word. So you've got your word up here, and maybe there's a triple letter score here. So maybe you want to put a Z there, but then maybe there's like a double word score here. So this doubles your entire word's value. So you want to take a low tier letter like A and put it on that double word score because then it gives everything. So, you could use like a word like Xanadu here or something, right? So you've got Xanadu. I don't know how to spell Xanadu. It's probably got a U in it. But then, so because you're using Z as the first one, right, that 5 is tripled. So you get a triple letter score there for 15. And then you've got, 1, maybe N is 2. You've got another A is 1. D is probably 1 or 2. And then U is probably 3. So you add all those together and then you add your double word score. So you've got 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So you've got 24 times 2. You've got a 48 word there because you get that Z in the first one. Now, Xanadu is kind of means like peace or nirvana or something kind of like that, if I'm not mistaken. So that would probably fall under like a heal. So then you would like heal for 48 points. And then the heal animation would get played. If there's, if there's multiple types of heals, maybe there's, field medicine, maybe there's like healing magic, maybe there's something else, and depending on which heal it chooses to use because of how close you were to it, maybe there's a multiplier in there, maybe it's a heal over time instead. Right, there could be tons of different mechanics to the different types of heals, and then based on which one you're closest to here with your natural language, it triggers that one. But the base power of what you're doing is going to be dictated by this Scrabble-like system where your letters and the multipliers mean anything. And then once you use the multipliers, right, so one person will spell out the word Xanadu and use up these multipliers, and then the game will shuffle the multipliers and give new ones. So maybe it gets rid of this 3 and this 2, and instead you get, like a double letter score here, a double letter score here, and a double letter score here. But then maybe there's no double word score. So you get a totally different layout for each word that you're setting up. So this is going to encourage people, to communicate like, hey, I've got a Z, or I've got 3 Zs, or I've got a really good word with a Z that fits this right here. So nobody use it real quick. Let me go ahead and put my word in, and just communicate with each other and deal with that. But it's about trying to motivate some creativity. Because, typing exclamation point base attack, exclamation point strong attack, exclamation point heal, these things are interesting, but they're not, they're repetitive and there's only so much you can do with them. But when you're trying to maximize the value of the letters that you have, to maximize the value of the attack or the heal or whatever, maybe you've got some good letters that you can think of a really good word for heal, but you don't have any letters that you can think of a good word for attack. And so it's going to kind of constrict your ability to do certain things based on your ability to create with the tools that you have at hand. And when you give restrictions like that, that's when the most creativity comes out, right? When you can do anything, it doesn't really feel creative. It doesn't feel like you're overcoming some sort of challenge. And so when there's some restrictions and there's some rules in place, then, hitting a really big value feels really good because you've made this really creative play. At least that's how I feel about it. I'm pretty excited about it. It's a system of action input that has never before been used, as far as I'm aware. I don't know of any game that has ever used natural language in this way, that has ever used letters as a resource to decide on what it is you're trying to do. So I'm very excited to see how it plays out. It is pretty complicated, but I don't think it'll be too complicated. I think people will get it. Um, it's going to take a little explaining. It's going to take, people kind of watching and seeing. But Scrabble is a pretty universally known system. There are maybe people who have never played or never seen Scrabble before, but I would say probably at least 50% of the world on a basic level knows what Scrabble is. So I think using that as sort of a baseline, like, go look into this real quick. I think that'll give people enough understanding. We'll see. The other thing is coming up with UI elements that give people an idea of what's going on. So, a big hurdle for me is going to be figuring out where to put those dashes and the multipliers so that people can readily see what they are, but then also interacting with those multipliers on screen through a visual so that people who maybe don't understand the game or who are new to the channel will see visually what's happening and how those letters are interacting with those multipliers so that they can say, oh, okay, this is what's going on, and have an idea of what's happening without necessarily having to look anything up or ask me to explain it or anything like that. So a big factor is going to be making sure the UI elements give the proper information and help people understand the game. Because it is definitely a complicated system of input. And because it's not something that, as far as I know, anybody's ever used before as an input system, there's nothing to fall back on, right? People won't see it and go, oh, this is just like that one game I played. Because it's not. Because there are no games like this. The real powerful thing about this, though, is it doesn't just have to be letters and natural language. This can be adapted in very much the same way to take in any resource and then run it through an AI to determine the most likely outcome of combining those resources. So it could be used for a crafting system, right? You could tell it, I want to put, these 2 iron bars together along with, these pieces of wood, along with, whatever. And it could create alloys, right? You could tell it you wanted to put tin and copper together and it would make bronze, right? Because it knows that bronze is made of tin and copper. And so just feeding it those 2 resources and asking it, what does this make? So you can use the periodic table of elements as resources. And the AI would be able to determine what was going to happen when different elements from the periodic table were added together in different quantities. There's all kinds of procedural stuff that can happen because the AIs have access to this information on a fairly basic level, and because they can access tags based on expectation. Tag systems make this really strong. Yeah, let's fight this dude. I'm slightly stronger than them. Maybe I'll win. Get him. No, they beat me. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Yeah, you killed that Thesourusaurus. How am I supposed to fight these people? They're so strong. No. Give me somebody easy to fight. This is bullshit, ref. This is bullshit. Omnitatsu. Well, we get close. What can we say? Stop putting me up against these hard people. There you go, 700 million. Let's fight that guy. I'm almost 3 times this person's strength. Surely I'll win this fight. Yeah, that makes me feel better about myself. Picking on newbies. Hey, there we go. Let's fight this person. Picking on even more newbies. No way this person's gonna beat me. Bullshit. You lie. Bullshit. I call shenanigans. I call shenanigans. Hey, we got a legendary. Ooh, it's a Kraka. Nice. I like Kraka. Critters. Get a legendary. You suck. Claim all for the missions. Nice. Go to events. Oops. Claim those. We got a clear dungeon. Then we'll be done with that. Come down here to the daily missions. Claim all. Clear some dungeons. Use magic orbs. Okay, we'll do that. Go to the lucky wheel. Claim all those. Spin that bad boy. Give me something good. Hey, that's pretty nice. And let's go to the exchange. We don't quite have enough to go ahead and get that. We only have a few more hours, though. We're probably not going to reach this point. So let's go ahead and just max these out. And get as many of these as we can. And then we'll finish it off with one of these. That'll probably be the last of that exchange that we get access to. Let's go do the crossover event here real quick. Entrez-vous. Whoops. Ooh. Oh, shit. No. That still felt pretty good. Let's unlock some more Abus. Yeah, more Abu. Then let's go into the shop. Let's see here. We have 100 of these. So we definitely want to open up these special rate up summons. Nice. And then we go back over to our monsters. And we want to use the rate up summons here too. We're not likely to get anything from them, but they're there. We might as well use them. Let's see. We need to go in here. So many buttons to press. We need to go to... Let's see. We already went and did our Sky Patrol reset. So we need to go Sky Island. There we go. We need to go down to the Land of Conquest. Collect all from the Conquest. We go in here. We conquer this. So now we're gaining from everything. Let's move over here. Let's select these. And then let's enter. Well, we'll enter later after we've done everything we can to power up our people here. I still don't know what the heck to do with these. Is it maybe how you upgrade your airship? It is how you upgrade your airship. Okay. So the airship upgrade doesn't exist yet, so I can't quite do that stuff yet. Cool. Cool. Let's answer some quizzes. What is the best response for the following statement? I'm so stressed from work today. Might as well just quit. Let's play Rush and blow off some steam. Obviously, that's the answer they want. What's the name of the dragon? Does anybody remember the name of the dragon? I do. It's Naraka. Which of the following skill cards has a stun effect? It is Divine Punishment. So good at this game. Okay, now we go into the Temple of the Dragon. We've got 23,000 stars left. So hopefully, whoops, that'll be enough to complete our final. Yes, it is. All right, so we've completed all the constellations. So now it's time to go in here and try and max out our first constellation. Come on, buddy. Give me that legendary. Bummer. It's going to take a really long time to max out these constellations, but we're going to do it. Eventually, it's going to be a thing that happens. Nothing left to do in the Sky Island. We're pretty much done on the shop here. We've pretty much gotten all of our resources that we're going to get today. We've got almost 3,000 orbs to spend, which is freaking crazy. But let's go into our hero, or our monsters here. And let's do some things to power them up. Number one, let's go to Ariel here. And let's get in here and let's use, we got 14,000 of these enhancement stones for our tank here. So we can get a lot of enhancements. Wow, we're going to have a ton of crush rate once we get down to there. But that's nice. We now have 4 times bonuses on HP. We should also have plenty of our melee bonuses. So we should be able to bonus up our Suyua here. Wow, 2 failures. 3 failures in a row. Holy shnikes, that was awful. Now we've got our melee or our range damage enhancements. Nice, double HP in an attack. Nice, HP crit res attack. Really good for Sabrina there. And then we have, for Rena, we have our support enhancements. Crit res crush rate, that's cool, I guess. Okay. And now we have lots of XP here. We've got 55 million XP. We're actually not quite done. I forgot. We got to do all of our dungeons. Got to do our daily dungeons. So we'll get a little more XP from that. And then we'll see what we can level up there. Get wrecked, spider. Big old nerd. Killing spiders. Killing spiders. Ba-da-da. Alright, we get to go in here and swoop our rewards. I'm really excited to spend these 3,000 orbs. It's going to take a really long time to go through them all. So we're going to be just kind of sitting there watching them for a while, but that's pretty exciting for me. I like sitting there watching the orbs go. Whatever. Going at it tonight, tonight. Standing on the rooftop, top of the world tonight. Did I get? I did get, okay. I was clicking the buttons properly and not paying attention. At all. Kill this nerd. Shoe rectly. Shoe rectly. All right. Claim those rewards. Nice. We got 2 of these and 1 of these. Let's get our 3 legendaries open. Tetra and the Panda. Nice. And another hoverboard. Hey, that should give us the ability to upgrade or promote that hoverboard, shouldn't it? It's not. Let's level up Mini Naraka here. I'm all about that crit res, let me tell you. I get critted way too often. Oh, it was a different hoverboard. I got a battle hoverboard also. Attack speed and evasion. Attack speed is not something you get nearly enough of in this game. And I should probably be a little more focused on using it when I get it. But let's go into the monsters here. And let's take a look. We got 91 million XP. We can't level up our tank, but I don't think I need to. I think I need to level up some other damage dealers. Let's get... Do we want to level up Brandia, or do we want to try and get Melissa up to 55? Let's take Melissa up to 55. We'll hit her with the breakthrough. Nice. She's all leveled up to 55. And then we'll go back and we'll put a little extra in Brandia. And start working her up towards level 50. Good deal. Good deal. And so now it's time to open up the obscene amount of orbs that we have. Right? Oh, claim all these. Get some more orbs. Get a Kraka. Nice. Go in here. Claim all these. We need to use 20 magic orbs to finish this one off. Cool. And when we finish this one off, we'll actually get another lapis. That's nice. So, yeah. Oh, that's right. We've got masteries and relics and stuff like that. We're still working on just pushing this relic right here. I don't know what the maximum level for the relics are. But I'm just going to push this one until I hit it. Because that'll mean I get everything else faster. And any levels put into this one are useless or are less useful the further you get on any of these other ones. So this is absolutely the one you should be getting first. It delays your ability to gain power up to a certain point. But it's definitely the fastest way to max. Let's see, promote Kraka there. Nice. Does that put Kraka as a 3-star? Hold on. No, that puts Kraka as a 2-star, but let's still go in here with the dice. Let's lock down this crit rate. And then let's try and get Kraka another crit rate here. Come on. Don't use up all my dice. Get that crit rate. Get that 4.0. Get that 4.0. Get that 4.0. Get that 4.0. Please get that 4.0. Holy shit. Okay, get any crit rate. Any at all. Super happy with just any crit rate. Please stop ruining my life. Thank you. And then I believe we had another. Let's see, were we working on Chasen? I think we might have been working on Chasen. But I feel like there was another one in here somewhere. Was it Lima? No. Suyua definitely has 3 crits. I think we were working on Chasen. So let's go in here and let's auto grant, but we want base attack. Because, ooh, nice, 32%. That was quick. Cool. And sure. Nice. Nice. Okay. I think that's everything we can do to power up our people. So it is time to pull and watch. Let's also see where we are in the rankings. I had pulled myself up a little bit. Looks like both of these people got out ahead of me. Tremorous doesn't look like they've played in the past day. But they've pulled themselves ahead a little bit. Ooh, nope. Unfortunately, HP recovery is not as good as HP, I don't think. So we got to get rid of that one. But hey, we already got a masterpiece. That's nice. We're going to definitely hit tier 20, which should give us lots more masterpieces. I can see Warborn players are already recruiting for guild. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I think something that's really special about Warborn is that you don't need to join a guild, though. As far as I'm aware, and if this is different than what I assume, I'm going to be really angry. But as far as I'm aware, there's no friendly fire in your faction. It is entirely a faction-based PvP system, and that is wildly important. Because you're now creating a system where guilds can't bar people from content. If you're a solo player and you don't want to be in a guild, then when you see one of the big guilds out there doing something, taking an objective, doing something like that, you can just go help them. And they can't tell you you can't, right? There's no, you can only be a part of this raid. If you're putting in the time requirements, there's no, you can only be a part of this stuff if you're coming to a certain number of call of actions, because we'll kick you out of the guild if you're not coming to a certain number of call of actions, right? It totally flips the script on who has to prove themselves to who, right? Guilds have to give you a reason to want to be a part of their guild. You don't have to prove yourself to a guild to be able to, you don't have to like prove your value to them to be able to be a part of the stuff that's being done. And that is so important. And you're going to see, I think at the start, you're going to see the guild still being pretty toxic. Like, we're the best, we do what we want. If you can't keep up, then you can't play with us. But I think as the game progresses and as that faction system really sets in, guilds are going to start acting very, very differently. where they're going to be doing a lot of stuff and inviting the community at large to do things, right? They're going to be in faction chat. They're going to be, trying to participate with the faction outside of their guilds, because that's going to be the only way to prove to those regular faction members, hey, there might be some value in joining these people. There might be some value in giving up on my own personal goals to try and achieve these guilds' goals. And so I mean, that's going to be so important. It's going to get rid of a lot of the toxicity that comes with guild leadership and stuff like that, being able to really be in control of who gets access to content. So really, really happy about that. I really hope that they don't, allow some sort of faction-friendly fire or allow guilds to somehow bar people from playing with them when they're out in the open world. But I'm pretty excited for Warborn. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I also think because Warborn feels like such a session game, right? It feels like a game that you don't really need to be putting a ton of time into because there's no questing or anything like that. Everything feels, instead of linear progression, it feels like there's a lot of horizontal progression. And that's going to be really good for the game in the long term, because casual players are going to be able to, hop in once or twice a week. And those casual players are a huge part of the player base on a daily basis. So the player numbers are going to be really high, obviously, that first weekend, because that's just how that works. But, moving into the second month, the third month, all that stuff, I think you're still going to see a lot more people playing because they don't feel like they're falling behind. At least I hope that's how it ends up working, is they're not going to feel like they're falling behind so much. And so it seems to me that Warborn has thought of some of these things and has tried to get a system that will assist casual, solo, small group players in their quest to be a part of these big, war efforts. And I think that's going to be important. It's something I've said with Albion, and I'll say it again. Casual players and less skilled players are chaos. And chaos creates emergent gameplay, right? It's really, really easy to sort of know what's going to happen and to know the strategies of big, well-organized groups. And that's because games can be solved, right? It's math, and math can be solved. And so when you start really diving into the numbers about how many enemies you can hit, about how much you can hit those enemies for, about putting together combos of skills and stuff like that, eventually best practices sort of rise to the surface. And then the big guilds are just kind of competing to see who can get the combo off the best and the most effectively. But when you throw casual players in there who aren't affiliated with those large guilds, who, maybe aren't even in the Discord, right? They're not hearing they're not hearing the calls of the shot caller. They're not hearing any of that, right? They're just there trying to look for an opportunity to do a little something with whatever they have. They don't really understand the metas. They don't play by the metas. And they're just doing weird shit. You can't account for that, right? You cannot figure out what those players are going to do until they do it. Let's see, accuracy and attack over crit damage with a pretty big hit. That's 1,500 defense and 4,000 attack. But graze rate sucks. That's a pretty close one. I think we just go ahead and disassemble, though. But you can't predict what those players are going to do because they don't play by the same rules you do, because they don't even know the rules you're playing by. So you'll have people, coming up from behind you, running weird builds, just doing ridiculous disruptive shit. And that's going to be super important. Let's see, crit resistance evasion over crit damage graze rate. Interesting. I mean, crit damage is pretty important. I personally am interested in working with evasion, but since I don't already have a lot of evasion stacked, I don't think that helps. Crit resistance, again, is a good stat, but again, I don't know, because I'm not working with it right now, I don't know if it has any value. I think we just go ahead and disassemble that one too. So I'm really excited for Warborn. I'm really excited to see what they decide to do with some of those things and how they'll balance things in the future, right? Who are they going to start looking to cater to? Are they going to cater to those super hardcore guilds? Are they going to try and give those super hardcore guilds more control over things? Or this is interesting. So I think evasion is probably better than this HP. Gonna be fun, I guess, but every MMO always seems to have some problem. That's true. But the question is, what problem is Warborn gonna have? Most of the things that I complain about have to do with guild-led content. And so Warborn Above Ashes being a faction system is already solving a huge chunk of the problems that I have with MMO games. The fact that there isn't like a really long... oh, you mean from all the games I've played? Yeah. Well, and it's hard to get it perfect, right? It's hard to... But there's a couple of things that are sort of consistently the issue, right? Not giving casual and new players a path to feel relevant quickly is a really bad thing about MMOs, right? When you've got, you know, games like WoW and stuff like that, if I started playing WoW right now, it would feel like there was nobody in the game until I got to the end game. Warborn Above Ashes isn't going to have that problem because the whole game is just the end game. You know, casual players not being able to keep up is going to be mitigated pretty extremely by the faction warfare system because you're automatically just going to be on this team of people, right? And so I think a lot of the issues that I have with modern massively multiplayer games are going to be mitigated by this. There are a few things that are going to be a little meh. Number one is progression and permanence. So something that people really like is to be able to progress their characters. And this game is going to have a pretty limited progression loop. And so I don't think the regular MMO community, right? Like people who play WoW and Final Fantasy XIV and stuff like that aren't actually going to like this game. Because crit resistance and HP recovery. If this was any two other stats, I would use this. But the reason they're not going to like it is because there isn't any real progression systems, right? There's not a lot of linear progression in the game. And there's not a lot of item permanence and stuff like that in the game. And so when you have less interesting economies and stuff, and you have less interesting itemization, less interesting RPG progression systems, those players aren't going to be interested. But those players are already kind of primarily PvE players anyway. And so for a PvP game, I don't think that's going to matter so much. You know, you're trying to pull in Albion Online players, you're trying to pull in EVE players, you're trying to pull in, honestly, kind of even, you're trying to pull in, like, New World players into this game. You're not trying to pull in Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars 2, or WoW players with this game. So I think it'll be okay. This is just way too low equipment score. This crit rate is great, but because the gear score is so low, I mean, you're losing huge amounts here. So I don't think we can make that swap. But I've never played the game. I haven't watched a ton of videos on the game. So I don't know exactly. You know, they have a gathering and crafting system. They have a structure system, right? So there's going to be a lot of use for resources and stuff in the game to build defensive and offensive structures. There's going to be a lot of strategy outside of your character. And there is going to be some permanence, right? You are going to be able to, you know, there's currencies to earn, there's resources to gather, there's all that stuff in the game. And so you can play that game in a way to try and like increase your wealth and increase your resources and stuff like that and make yourself valuable in that way as opposed to just your raw skill. So I don't know how those aspects are going to interact with each other. I don't know how good the merchanting and, you know, gathering gameplay is going to be. You know, how much of that are you going to be able to consume your time with? I really don't know. And I don't know what the cycle is going to be like, right? Obviously, there's an end to these wars because you take over locations, and eventually the goal is to take over, like, the central location. So I don't know how long these conflicts are going to be. I don't know, you know, how you're going to decide, you know, do you stay with that same faction and then go fight against different factions from different servers? How is the server structure set up? I don't really know. So there's a lot of stuff that I'm not 100% on. So we'll see. We got a couple of days until it comes out, and then we'll just play the shit out of it for the first day and see what happens. Something else that's happening is Throne and Liberty is on the 18th of this month, so the day before Warborn Above Ashes comes out. Throne and Liberty is launching a fresh start accelerated server. So that's not tomorrow, but the day after, so Thursday. So I'll probably jump on there for the day, because if for some reason Warborn Above Ashes is really bad, I'll want to have something to fall back on, so I might fall back on some Throne and Liberty. They've added a 24 versus 24 PvP arena instead of just the 3v3. And I think that will be pretty interesting to me. I like, you know, sort of that medium scale PvP. They've added a bigger raid. They've added a bunch of PvE stuff. And they are adding tier 3 equipment. And they're adding a very fast progression path to getting to tier 3. So, a little bit interesting. Hopefully. We will see. We will see. Then we've got Ion 2 coming out, which apparently you don't need to have crit rate accuracy or defense. And graze rate. Probably we can skip out on that because we'd be losing attack, and yeah. Don't need that. Man, I'm having a really hard time upgrading my gear. And some of it feels so upgradable. Like that one's upgradable. Okay, so maybe it's not as upgradable as I thought. I've actually gotten some good pieces. This one's super upgradable. Right, just anything near the 500 equipment score with some good friggin' bonuses here. We'll be ready. Have you looked into Titan Quest 2? I have not. I have not. That's an ARPG, yeah? There's actually 2 ARPGs coming out. Vindictus is getting a new ARPG. And I guess Titan Quest 2. I like ARPGs. I prefer full MMOs. It is. People seem to have positive opinions on it. I think I'm pretty comfortable with the ARPGs that I'm currently playing. You know, I like Path of Exile 2. I like Last Epoch. I think that those are kind of the types of ARPG I'm interested in. So I don't know. I don't know if adding more of the ARPG genre to my repertoire would be that beneficial to me. Let's see. I lose defense. I have crit damage. Yeah, this isn't necessarily worth it. HP recovery HP. So we do get bonus HP here. We're losing a little bit, but this is actually definitely better. Where's my... Ooh, 31 million HP on my tank now. What's up? Fucking killing the game. Raise rate, crit damage, HP, accuracy. Not good. We also have Blue Protocol coming out, which I'm a little interested in. Let's see, crit rate, accuracy. I would like to use this one, except the equipment score is too low. And I don't think accuracy makes up enough over the graze rate here. Damn. And I didn't get any transcendent pieces. 3,000 orbs, almost. And no transcendent pieces. Damn. That sucks. We are 100k in. So we're almost exactly a tenth of the way, actually. So only 27,000 more orbs to go or something like that. I guess it's actually like 20,000 more orbs to go. 18, something like that. Gross. That's gonna suck. Let's go in here, finish off this last mission, claim our Lapis reward, and daily missions. Yeah, enjoy your food, Gravy. Claim all these. Cool, cool. Go to the exchange. And max it out on that. And buy that. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right, well, we've gained a little bit of power. So I think it's time to go see about some bosses here. My tank is a lot stronger, but apparently that didn't matter. Oh, I don't have... Never mind, I'm an idiot, is the problem. Alright, let's see what we got. Cool. Doesn't seem to matter. Just stop critting my dude. Is that too much to ask, really? So see how well things go when you stop critting my fucking dude? Honestly, I don't even think I need to fight this. I'm pretty sure as long as I don't get crit, I win this. Just straight up. But if I do get crit, I probably have to just reset. Let's see. I managed to not lose any of my other characters before the first big set of hits. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be fine here. So I just kind of have to watch. Sometimes we'll have to reset. Sometimes we'll be okay. But we should be able to get through the sandworm here. Lost the tank pretty early. Lost Kraka pretty early. Lost our stunner pretty early. Yeah, we're definitely losing this one. That sucked. Lost my tank. Lost Kraka. Stop critting my dudes, you fucking asshole. We lost Suyui and Kraka. We're definitely not winning that one. I need better blind effects. That's what I need. It's close. We may or may not win this. I think we might make it. Nope. Oh, there we go. Come on. Push. There you go. Good job, y'all. Good job. Lost my tank again, but I think we're going to be okay because we had all of our big hitters. Although it does look like maybe we missed an attack or two in there. Yeah, we had some pretty big misses. We almost lost that one. Even though we kept all of our hitters through the first stun. A bunch of stuff missed in there or something. Alright, we lost our tank, but it looks like we're keeping our hitters through that first stun. So as long as we don't have a bunch of misses or anything. Get our second big set of attacks off here. We're close. Come on. Nope. Didn't quite make it. That's too bad. It's crazy how important it is that we keep our tank. I mean, changes everything. We have 10 seconds left when we have the tank the whole time. And when we don't have the tank the whole time, we barely squeak it out. It's fucking crazy. It just goes to show you, though. I mean, one good tank is so important. That goes for this game. That goes for basically every MMO. Really any team-based combat game. If you can get a person out there just taking the hits. It doesn't work nearly as well in Arena in this game because of all the AoE stuff, but we got crit right off the bat there. And then we got crit again. Yo, this worm sucks. We lost our... Yeah, we're not going to make this one. We got to win this one 3 more times. We're wasting a lot of potions and stuff, but I think it's worth it. Because I'm pretty sure we're just going to roll right over the top of everything else. So I'm not terribly concerned. We're definitely not going to make this one. We lost our Kraka before the first group of attacks. It hits me 3 basic times and then triple attacks me. And that just rocks my tank, leaves him no opportunity to heal. We kept all of our players that time through the first big hit. But it looks like we must have missed some things because our DPS is a little low here. Are they going to come back though? Yeah, we're going to make it. We got some good hits in after. Alright, just 2 more victories here and we'll be alright. Got critted off again. But we kept all of our characters through the big first hit. We're going to lose our Kraka here. But we're about evened out. The second big hit will push us a little ahead, so I think we're going to make it. Alright, 1 more victory and we're good to go. I want a victory! Hey, there you go. Don't crit me. See how nice it is when you don't crit me? Watch all this. Get freaking annihilated, dude. Alright, now we're moving into some different enemies here, which should make life nice and easy for us. Yeah, seems like we're good to go. Doesn't seem like I'm gonna lose my tank really at any point here. Axe Fox. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Alright. I guess I might gotta go take care of in the kitchen real quick. Maybe grab some food. I'll be right back. Okay, we back. Watching our duders and our ladies kill some mummy action. I love being able to just walk away from this game and still be making progress. It's beautiful. Just beautiful. We have made it through 30 stages here. We are now 300 orbs plus, which is dope. Oh no. Spilled rice on my floor. Rice and carpet don't really mix. I don't really understand carpet. Big fan of like linoleum, or they've got that new stuff that they put in garages and shops and stuff like that. It's like a latex almost that they spread out and hardens over the floor. And it's just this, this really thin coating barrier. I think that'd be fantastic in a house. I'm very utilitarian with it though. Like it wouldn't look nice. It would just be really easy to keep clean and not be stupid. And I mean, I understand that primarily people use carpeted floors as a way to keep the floor from getting cold. You can walk around barefoot in your house. But like we've already invented solutions for that, right? We've got slippers, we got big thick wool socks, right? Um, you could put down throw rugs, right? You could have a rug underneath your bed or something like that, so when you stepped off your bed, it'd be cool, or it wouldn't be cool. Um, but I honestly, I think the big deal is just like people need to start wearing slippers and socks and shit. And let's just stop using carpet. Carpet is gross. I mean, literally the grossest thing in the entire world. And it's ass. There's no reason for it. At least if you had a rug, you could take that thing outside, hang it up over a clothesline or something, and just whoop the shit out of it and get all that nasty out. You could spray it down with some really high pressure water. Like you can get crazy with it. And if it's a smaller rug, you could even like maybe throw it in your washing machine. But you can't do that with carpet, right? All you have is, a shampooer or uh, your vacuum. And eventually that just stops being effective, right? There's all these layers underneath that get nasty. Carpet's just gross. Let's stop using it. Don't make no damn sense. I love how easily we seem to be getting through all these creatures, other than this worm. It's fantastic. We might be able to even push a ways beyond 3K. I really want to get as far out ahead of these two nerds as I possibly can. They keep keeping up with me. And, I mean, they're both stronger than I am, right? This person's at 7.7 bill, and I'm only at 4.7. And this person's at 6.1. So they're both over 1 billion ahead of me. That's like at least 25% or more. Okay is almost twice my power. So I'm actually pretty confused why they're not even further ahead of me. If we take a look, for example, at Bursa, right, this is 7.9, and OK is 7.7. So I feel like there's another 400 stages in there that OK should be able to reach. This person's double that even, 14 bill. Jeez. And this person's 15 bill. Goodness. But they're what? That's 1,000 over the top of me. That's 700 over the top of me. If they're 1,000 over the top of me, that means they've gotten an extra 10,000 orbs, which actually would be pretty close to enough to take me to 21, level 21. Well, I guess maybe halfway. I think that'd give me another 500,000. So we'd be pretty close to halfway to 21 with just that 10K, which means somewhere in there they've gotten another, gosh, I don't even know how many, because they're almost all transcendent. But they don't have any of the next tier, right? So they're probably not to 22 yet. They're probably still in 21. And they've just rolled so many times that they now have mostly transcendent gear. Which, if we look at this, when I get to 21, we'll be at 0.03. So out of every 3,000 rolls, we should get one transcendent piece. Which, given the fact that it's going to take, 40 or 50,000 rolls to get from 21 to 22, means they've had quite a few transcendent pieces, probably. Got 2 more here before we're going to hit the worm again, and we're just going to let it beat the worm like we did last time, and we'll just reset when we need to every time. If we can't quite make it happen. We've still got 1,086 of these. So we're not really hurting for potions. I don't know where we got all these potions from. Probably the same place I got the 1,500 orbs from today. We should have only had 1,300 orbs to open, but instead we had 2,800. Which was dope. Now we've got another 500. So yeah, we're just going to rock this worm the same way. If it crits me, yeah, it killed my dude. We'll see if Kraka survives long enough for the first. Nope. So as soon as we lose 2 people before the first set of skills goes off, it's pretty much over. We don't want to waste any more potions, even though we have quite a few. Yeah, this time we're going to be keeping our tank, so we should be good to go. First big set of hits goes off. Tank's still alive. We're good. So as long as our tank lives and doesn't get triple shot down super early, we're still good to go here. We've got the 31 million HP here, which is massive. People have been saying, I read something in the chat about HP tanking not necessarily being good, I definitely think that's incorrect because these potions are based on percent HP. So we might not make it here. It doesn't look like we're going to. Okay. So these potions are based on percent HP. So you get a lot of value out of HP tanking. Already lost my tank there. And we lost Kraka. Getting through this sandworm is just going to be a pain in the ass. And that's just the way it is. But, I mean, again, as soon as my tank doesn't die immediately, we just beat this thing's ass. No problem. 6 seconds left on the clock, baby. Good to go. No kiting necessary. Tank lived long enough, I think we'll probably win this one. We're a little close here. We lost Suyua. We're losing our attack speed buffer, but we're still good. Yeah, it looks like we're pushing it. Good to go. 3 seconds left on the clock even. We're up to 500 here. Once we get to 600, we'll be back to the easier little duders. This worm's been cooperating for a couple of straight here. This actually feels really nice. I've gotten like 3 of them beat in a row now. Because the worm was cooperating. Literally, then I say something, he starts murking all my people. The sandworm is such an asshole. It's close. We're going to let it play out. I think we're going to make it. That was a bad idea. Bummer. So fudging close. Some sort of merger. What are they talking about? Let's go check out the news here while we fight this dude. See what happens. Oh, goodness. Already lost my tank. Already lost Kraka. I don't think we're going to make it there. I don't see anything about merging servers. Okay, Worm is suddenly being a butthead. Does this die, freaking worm, die, freaking worm, die? Oh, oh, come on. Come on. You motherfucker. Oh, that was so close. 3 more victories. Just stop critting my tank for a little while. That'd be... No, you're gonna crit my tank and my Suyu, huh? Yeah, we're definitely not making that. Why? Why does the worm have to be so mean? Why you gotta be so rude? This is bullshit. Yeah, see, there you go. Don't triple attack my tank, and we beat you down. That's all I want out of life. Don't kill my tank again. Oh my gosh, you triple attacked him twice. You not? We kept all of our people through the first big attack, and then we only lost our stunner into the second attack, so we're good. Looks like we're gonna win just fine. We got one more, and then we're done with the worm. Until we come back around to it in another 1,000, I think. Which, thank goodness, I hate this worm. Almost as much as I hate the Farfalla. Maybe more than I hate the Farfalla. The Farfalla, at least, is pretty easy to kite. And so you can just kite it. The worm doesn't really seem all that easy to kite. Because you can only go back here, you know? But the Axe Fox we should win against. And then I think we're good. I think we'll just be sitting here chilling for the next 40 of these. We'll get back up to 1,000 orbs and then we'll unlock them. See what happens. And we'll start pushing towards start pushing towards 3,200 and see what happens up there. It's really weird to me where these folks stop. They never seem to stop right on, right? Like, what's 3024 or 3022? Like, you got here and you realized, oh, this boss is a little bit harder, like halfway through beating it, and just quit? Or are they running out of potions? Or, you know, what is it that's stopping them? I think they might be running out of potions, which honestly gives me a pretty massive advantage over them. Because I have all the potions, right? All the potions. Or maybe for some reason they're not using potions. They're just... We've got 53,000 of these. Let's actually go check out where we're at here. Yeah, we hit this. And then we hit the 300. Ooh. Dang. That should take us right there to that. So we get 3 more Laimas. Laima goes up to tier 4. Promote that bad boy. At tier 4, she now gets our crit res and our crit rate. So I need to start putting in our ranged enhancements. Laima. And then let's see, what do we want? We're locking that crit rate down. Do we want to hit her with another crit rate? Are we just going to go crazy with it? We've got crit damage here, as well as accuracy. She's almost maxed on the accuracy. Let's actually max her out on the accuracy, and then let's start hitting that crit rate, or crit damage. Because we're doing crit damage there, let's do it. Let's hit another crit rate. It's 80 a pop, right? So this is way expensive. It's 8 times as expensive as the first one to roll for this fourth one, because it only costs 10 a pop to roll for the first one. So very, very expensive, but ooh, we hit it super early. It's not great. It's 3.2%, but that takes us up to 33% crit rate. We've got bonus crit damage now. We've got crazy good accuracy. Laima is powerful for us. We're going to start working on leveling her up as well some more. So, yeah, we go to manage. We hit promote here. Whoa, nice. Lang Feng is up to 2-star. That's cool. He's actually going to be an interesting PvPer, I think, because he can't be CC'd. If I'm not mistaken, that's his gimmick. Ooh, crit rate down. Nice. Decrease the crit rate of enemies with a crit, which is great. And then, yeah, it does not get affected by CC effects for 10 seconds. And then applies crit rate up, 10% buff to himself. Increases the monster's damage dealt. Okay, so increases this person's damage dealt by 20%, irremovable. And then let's take a look at what the tier 5 is. Increase crit resistance by 10. So he's actually kind of an interesting tank. Like a tank slash DPS, because he can't be CC'd. And he gets some damage mitigation here, some anti-crit, some crit resistance. That's pretty interesting. Interesting. I think that's going to have some implications in PvP primarily. And I imagine that'll actually end up having some implications for some of the dungeon bosses in the future. I bet you there will be a dungeon boss or two that will really need but you're going to need those effects. I also think that Lang Feng is probably going to be pretty valuable for that crit rate down later on in the stages. I think they're probably going to be one of these last 4 slots that I put in here. We're going to get a healer. We'll get some sort of damage slash crit debuffer. Maybe 2 of them. And then another DPS. We may have to switch to a dual tank system. I don't know how powerful the enemies in the future are. The problem with switching to a dual tank system is going to be that if the enemy is powerful enough to kill one tank, it's not out of the question for it to kill the other one. It could maybe help against like really big crits that are infrequent. So things that you just can't defend against, right? If the enemy hits so hard that it can kill your tank in one hit, but it only does that sometimes, then a second tank is really valuable because you can lose one tank and then the other one will likely survive unless a really bad roll happens where they do that skill twice in a row or something. But if that's not the case, right, if it's just that the enemy is just beating you down, then there's not really anything that a second tank is going to do for your survival there. But we'll see. I really love watching this pawn pump us up here. We got quite a bit of value out of pumping up Lima there. She's 4-star now. I'm really looking forward to getting her to 5. That's going to mean, let's see, let's look. We need 7. So if we go to the shop, we go to Lima's pulls here. In the next 2,000, we get a 4. And then 2,000 after that. So in the next 4,000, we get 6. We're pretty likely to get another Lima in 4,000 pulls. So by the time we get to 1,200, we'll have rank 5, probably. Unless we get super lucky, right? Because if in the next 2,000 we get 3 Limas, then at 10,000 we're rank 5, which would be massive. I mean, massive. So that's really what we're hoping for here. And then after that, we start getting some Devilmons, right? And that's also going to be pretty important because I want to go ahead and star her up or advance her up. So let's see, her 5-star increases her range and decreases skill cooldown. And then her 3-star instantly starts her skill. Now this is cool because it'll instantly give her blind. So I actually want to get this like right away. So I need 5 more Devilmons pretty bad. I think, actually, let's go into our guild here. I think you can buy Devilmons from the guild. Yeah, okay, I can get 4 Devilmons right now. Nice. Let's max that out. 1 more Devilmon. Ooh, wow. We definitely gotta find us a way to get another Devilmon real quick. I wish I'd have saved up and gotten another one here. I ended up getting enough that I would have been able to get one, and we'd have Lima set here. I don't think there's any Devilmons in this exchange, no. What about in here? In the Sky Patrol, in the shop, no Devilmons. Ooh, we can get another 10,000 star shards. I think we definitely want to do that. One more Devilmon. Time to kill the Minotaur. 1 more Devilmon. Are there Devilmons in the arena? Does not look like it. That's too bad. There might be Devilmons in the daily dungeons. Nope, doesn't look like it. Ooh, you know where there is Devilmons? Hang on. There's Devilmons in this 100-day event right here, which I still haven't finished. Let's see, when's the next one? Oh, I gotta get to the last one to get the last Devilmon. Okay. Well, fuck it all. Um. This is so hard. I need to get more lucky with more things that cause more things. What the hell just happened? Oh no. Why isn't anything where I need it to be? Oh my goodness. Okay, we might not be beating that. I'm really bad at that game mode. That is not the path to our Devilmon. Not the path to our Devilmon. We're going to be up to 1,000 more of these by the time we probably end up getting stopped. Although, when we do reach a kind of stop point, it's not going to be likely that it's going to stop us. Probably would just have to do a little kiting. We're pretty strong still, so I don't think we're going to be unable to actually kill the boss that we get to. I think the issue is going to be not able to tank it. And if we get one more Devilmon so that we can tear up Laima, I think that goes away as well. I think then we can just tank straight through a lot of stuff. Because getting her blind down is going to make everything much smoother. Because then in the first 5 seconds of combat, the boss just like straight up won't be able to hit us. And so our tank will easily be able to tank through to the first big attack. And then, you know, they're going to be blind for half of the entire combat, so. It'll actually probably mean that we just won't need our tank to be as strong. So we'll probably be able to just kind of stop focusing on our tank. And start focusing more on DPS and stuff, which is going to be great. We'll try and get all of our DPSs up to 55, 60. Which is a tall order, right? That's going to require a lot of XP, but a lot of time. But it'll mean being able to allow some of our HP bonuses on some of these items to drop off, right? Like if I got HP and crit rate or attack damage or something like that, then I could probably let this 36% HP slide for some bonus damage. You know, even some of these defense and evasion stats I could probably let slide. Because obviously the best form of tanking is not getting hit, right? That's also something that I'm probably going to try and do a lot of. You know, a lot of people are going for like crit rate, crush rate, stuff like that. And I think that's great for the PvE stuff. But I don't actually think that's the best way to go about PvP. I think if you did just massive amounts of evasion and graze rate, that you'd be pretty unstoppable in PvP. The way the meta is right now. You know, you get a pretty similar amount of bonuses to accuracy and evasion. And so I think whatever your gear has, right? So if people aren't putting accuracy into their gear, and they're just getting crit rate, crush rate, stuff like that, which is very PvE focused, then massing evasion on all of your characters, I think, will really put you a cut above in the PvP. It also might help in the PvE, right? If you're not getting hit, then that's not a bad thing. But I don't know what the hit rates, the accuracy rates of a lot of the enemies are. I guess we can look. Let's see here. Their accuracy is 2k. So I don't particularly know how accuracy and evasion work. I don't think if you have more evasion, they always miss. But my evasion is right around where their accuracy's at on my tank here. My evasion's real low on that character. Let's look at another. Okay, so my evasion's kind of right where it's at. My accuracy is really high compared to their evasion. So if I was putting more into evasion, I might be tanking a lot better. We'll have to see. Why you gotta be so rude? The Sphinx is actually pretty close to killing my tank. It doesn't quite get it. And if it did get it, it wouldn't get any of my other characters probably by the time I started just whooping on it. So it's not really a big deal, but it's getting pretty close. Which means there might be 2 bosses in the next one that I have to kite. We'll see. But another 1,000 orbs. That's exciting. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the boss. I want to see what the next zone is. Trying to get me to spend that money again. Dum-dums. They don't realize. Okay, so this is... I think this might be the double... Where are we at again? They're 20 ahead of me now. 25. Let's go ahead and open these up. We'll see if we get any bonuses, anything that increases our power here. And then we'll go ahead and start killing some more bosses. See if we can't get out ahead of these nerds. We're going to be pretty close to opening 4,000 orbs today, which at level 20, we have a 1 in 5,000 chance of getting a Transcendent. And we're going to be at about 3,500 or so orbs since we've hit this 20, which means we should be getting pretty close to... Let's see, crit resistance crush rate is more valuable than crit damage graze rate, but I don't think that that crush rate is necessarily enough to overwhelm the loss of base power. I don't know. Probably not. We'll probably let that go. But hopefully sometime today we go ahead and get a Transcendent. We've only gotten like 1 Transcendent piece of gear, and we ended up taking it off because we got another piece that was better, that was Masterpiece, because it had bonuses down here. So I'm very, very hopeful to get a Transcendent piece that we can actually use. because I very much want it. Being 1 in 5,000, I should get a couple before we move on to rank 21. And then I should probably get 5 or 6 transcendents between 21 and 22. But I should get, I don't know, 4 or 5 transcendent pieces as we go up to level 21 here. Hopefully they're good enough and all different enough. You know, that's kind of a big luck thing. But you can get a lot of good power early if you get lucky and some of those really low hit rates hit on, you know, some good gear here. Get a much earlier power boost. Oh, come on. Give me a transcendent piece. Or heck, just give me another good masterpiece. It's something that could take over this slot. This slot sucks. Give me another hair accessory. Nope, nope. That one was not good enough, apparently. Well, poop. Didn't get any new gear. Ah, well. Let's fight the boss. Ooh, we got the Lich. I think I can actually take the Lich. I don't recall him being terribly difficult. Ooh, he hits pretty hard. Okay, tank was able to tank it. He's got a skill in there that he uses. Where he holds instead of just pushing the wand forward, he holds the wand like backing up. And when he does that, it's a pretty big hit. But if he's not doing that, And I definitely tank this, no problem. And as long as he only does that like once every other set of attacks, I think I'm good. I just can't take 2 of them within a 6 attack span. But it doesn't seem like he's doing it so far, so we're good to go. I also think I'm just going to go ahead and open all of my potions. Like, there's no point in not opening them. Now I know I have 4,000 medium potions, which could take me through almost 1,000. Definitely I can get through 1,000 or more with these 2 sets. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to use my little potions. Maybe in the future I'll be able to slap them on as just a backup to a healer or something. Maybe when I get Chassin involved, actually, they'll have some value, because she'll already be healing. Man, my tank dies and everybody dies. That one was a lot closer, but as long as my tank doesn't die, we should be good. And even if my tank does die, as long as they die pretty late in the fight. Yeah, he died pretty late there. So we're mostly okay. And then, you know, we'll start losing some big hitters. But that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that last one was kind of like a worst case scenario, I think. So I think we're pretty clear on the Lich. Which is nice. That means we need to clear whichever one comes after the Lich. And then if we can clear the one that comes after that, we can actually get out ahead of these nerds. Again, get back into my rank 4 spot here. We do so much ridiculous shit to this boss. I don't even know what all these attacks are. Like, my people are just flinging shit out there. I don't even know what's going on. Man, he's been getting hold of my tank just right here. One more hit. Oh, that's right. In just a couple of hours, we're actually going to see the new character. Let's see, 5 hours from now. The Ruins Guardian. This dude actually has a pretty beefy crit there when he does that little chain ability. Yeah, he's going to be rough. I might have to kite this guy, depending on how well my tank stays alive through those first set of hits and crits. Took him a while to finally get a second kill. Because of that, we might squeak this out. Barely. Okay. This one's going to be a really tight one. We should be able to kite really well in this world. So if something happens, if it looks like I'm not going to be able to beat this very frequently, we might be able to just kite it out. if my DPS isn't quite good enough or, you know, something like that. I really need another Devilmon. I wish I could get some more guild points before tomorrow to get him a new Devilmon for Laima. Because I think that's pretty much the only way I'm getting a Devilmon right now. I don't think we're going to make it here. Nope, definitely not. Let's go ahead and just do a little kiting on this one. No sense in wasting resources. If I can kite this guy out, even just a little bit. Even though the timer was running there, he wasn't beating on my tank. Which means my tank will survive, which means all my other characters will survive, which is everything we need. We just need to be able to maximize our damage output during that last 20 seconds. So I don't really care about the timer starting. My DPS is more than enough. As long as he doesn't kill any of my units while we're running and kiting, we're good to go. And as long as he doesn't just like insta-gib my tank, which I don't think he can. He's not the sandworm after all. But yeah, this is a nice easy kite. No real fear of losing here. I think we pretty much just automatically win every time as long as we remember to kite. I wonder what this is. I kind of want to walk into it and see what happens. I don't think I ever have. I think we might check that out. Looks like nothing happens. Okay. I wonder, I let that go on just a little too long. I don't know if I'm going to be able to take this boss. It doesn't seem like it. Nope. I let that running away go along a little too long. Ooh. He put the whammy down on my tank there. Oh, he killed him. Wasn't expecting that. Got my Suyua. Are we gonna fail this again? Okay, what's going on here, game? What'd you do to me? I was winning just fine. And then you just like made the boss stronger. Fucked up my day. Can I please murder the boss? The boss suddenly got too strong for me to kill with the kite. I wonder if I can do it this way. Really? 2 crits in a row? That's not gonna work. Let's try kiting for slightly less long. Come down here and then we'll make the turn back instead of going out to here. It's not a ton, but it's a couple of percentage. And that might be enough. It's also possible that I just had a couple of really bad runs there and I just am not hitting my skills. That honestly kind of seems like what's going on. And if I don't hit a couple of big skills, then we just have a hard time taking out the bosses. That's just the way that is. Yeah, see, like this time I feel like I did way more, way faster there. Now we hit our second big set of skills, yeah, and then we're ahead. So it definitely had something to do with just not quite getting the hits. But that's fine. We'll start doing a little less kiting. If we were able to get away without triggering the start of the timer, that would obviously be ideal. It doesn't seem like that's going to be something we're going to be able to do, but we seem to be doing just fine. We've only got 3 more wins before we move on to whatever comes after this. So that's perfectly fine. Don't have to worry too terribly much. Ooh, he almost got my tank. Gracious. Tank had like 0.5% of health left. That's how you know that you've got exactly the right amount that you need. When you just barely squeak it out. Barely, barely. Barely, 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 barely. Life is but a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Alright, that was the last one. Don't have to fight that nerd anymore. Ooh, Centaur's actually pretty hard. That sucks. Centaur slaps. I'm gonna have to kite this dude. That explains why they got stuck. The Centaur is rough. If they're trying to do this without kiting, which I think they might be, I could see why the Centaur would be a sticking point for them. He got my tank, but nobody else. We got to do a pretty nice chunk of damage there. Now we seem to not be doing any damage, though. Oof. I think that might be kind of where we get stuck here. That's really too bad. Well, that's not even remotely useful. Thank you, game. Give me something to fit in this slot right here. I need a new hair accessory. HP double hit rate versus crit damage graze rate. It's a pretty massive, yeah, no. Don't think that's worth. Ooh, oh, wow. Okay. Crit damage defense versus attack double hit rate. I feel like we equip this one. The double hit rate is kind of a meh, but defense is going to be a nice stat, I think. I think we honestly kind of need it. And then this one is useless. Hey, that was nice though. We're almost to 5 bill. Only 10 mil away, 9 mil away. That's pretty cool. Let's see, we got some monies here. Hey, there it is, 5 bill. Hell yeah. Let's open up these. Nothing there. It could maybe be about time. Now I'm going to keep pushing this all the way to the end. Use that up there. Ooh, some Trial of Ascensions. Do we have any Devilmons in the Trial of Ascension? No. But we've got quite a bit of oomph here. We'll come back to that in just a second. Just one more Devilmon, and I bet you I could rock this Centaur. Because then he'd be CC'd, so my Suyua would do more damage too. From straight out of the gate. Laima and Suyua together are insanely powerful. I honestly think that I can probably take out Vanessa because Suyua blinds them. Vanessa, or because Laima blinds them, Vanessa doesn't really matter. Because I don't need to stun them if they're blind because they're not hitting me. So I kind of feel like I can get rid of Vanessa. So we're going to be looking into that as well. Because if I can get rid of Vanessa and get another DPS in there, you know, put a Lucian or a Tessarion or even this person, although this person overlaps with Suyua, I think. Yeah, decreases their defense by 20% here for 10 seconds. Let's see, pass. Claim all those. Claim whatever is there. Claim that bad boy. I think I bought all the crystals. Nope. Still got potions for today. Okay. We go back to the shop. We can actually go ahead and do another 300 on Laima here. No legends. But we got to promote. Alright, let's go ahead and do the Trial of Ascension. We should clear, I don't know, 5 to 10 of these probably. What the fuck just happened? We have 400 million more power than they do. Go win that fight. How did I just lose that? Don't even make no damn sense. There we go. That's what was supposed to happen. What the fuck? Shylock. Shylock. Got AoE'd to shit there. Ouch. Okay, well that's pretty close. I think I'm okay with that being the end of our go there. Let's see. Inbox for all of our potions. Nice. We've got some repeat missions here. Claim all those. Nice. Let's see. We got a couple of the arenas here. Let's go up here to Sky Island. Let's see how we're rocking here. Ares has been released as 24 hours have been passed. Okay, let's actually go in here and let's fight this. We're not really going to make any progress here. We're really weak for doing these bosses. We just get shitted on. This will be way more interesting in a month or two. When... But we don't really have to be staying anywhere at this point, right? We can go in here and we can just auto-collect all of this. Because we're getting all of our resources here. So 8 per minute. You get 16 while you're sitting on top of them. You apparently only get 8 after. But let's see. This is significantly stronger than me, but I still might be able to win this. I won the last one while I was pretty far behind. So let's see how this turns out. Our tank is alive really well there. Tank is tanking. And that's the important thing here. I mean, look at how long he lasts. He lasted that whole fight. That's crazy. You're so crazy. Yeah, and now we'll just sit here and mop up for a while. Yeah, we get 8 of these a minute, I think. For 2,400. And then we'll take that over. We'll get 5,000 of those, 200 of those. Nice. It's just all kinds of free resources. Yo, what's up, Nemanja? Point rewards. It's going real good. Making some progress. Getting some power. Let's, nope. There you go. Nope. You motherfucker. I haven't gotten to a point where it's technically improved yet, but I did manage to get it so you can actually see which letters you get now. So if you type exclamation point letters, it will show you. You now have a C, a T, a U, a V, and a Z. So have you ever played Scrabble? Okay, so it'll work very much like Scrabble. The next UI element that I want to put on this screen is a series of dashes, like when you play Hangman. And you'll get multipliers just like in Scrabble. Like you might get a ×2 letter score, or you might get a ×3 word score, or something like that. We'll cap it at 15 letters. So you'll be able to use any number from 1 to 15 letters to make a word. I already worked with the LLM, so I know that the LLM can return. Oh, it only sent it to Twitch. Sorry. That actually needs to get changed as well then. So it did say how many letters you have, but only on the Twitch. I'll fix that tonight as well. I'll get it to do a switch statement based on which platform you're coming from, and then it'll just tell you specifically on that platform how many letters you have. That'll be honestly a fairly easy fix. I won't even have to ask ChatGPT to code that for me. I'll just be able to code it for myself. Like a fucking boss, dude. Yeah, so once you know what letters you have, you'll be able to form a word just like in Scrabble. And the goal will be, just like Scrabble, the words will have different value, or the letters will have different values. So, like Z's in Scrabble are worth way more than like an S or a T. And so if you see here that there's like a double letter score, then you probably want to put like a Z there. But then if you see over here, maybe this is maybe a triple word score, putting a lower tier letter there is going to ultimately set you up with more points. And so then we'll score it just like Scrabble is, and that'll end up being the base damage for whatever action you're doing. So if you use the word bandage, so you're going to be doing a heal action, then that'll be your base heal value. And then it'll get multiplied by, equipment, crit rates, the specific skill that gets used might have some sort of special effect, something like that. But this will create your base action value. If it's an attack, then that'll be your base damage. If it's defense, that'll be your base defense value. If you're using an attackup buff or something, then that'll be that base value. If it's a heal over time or a damage over time, then it'll, use this value in some way. And so I've got the AI is already returning me sort of the responses that I want. So I got an AI to work locally on my laptop. So it's all self-contained and local. And I asked the AI, I said, of these 3 words, and then in parentheses, I said punch, kick, heal. And then I asked it, which one is closest to the following term? And then in parentheses, I put bandage, and it returned heal. And then I put, uppercut, and it returned punch. And then I put roundhouse, and it returned kick. So it's able to infer which action you're trying to take fairly well and fairly quickly based on, single words like that. No, I haven't tried really obscure words. Zero Gravy brought up a couple of good points. Number one, if you use a really obscure word like yeah, so your 2 accounts are separate right now. So Nemanja Next only has an F. Eventually, I'm going to get those things combined, but that's going to take some time. And will require the use of the extension that we're writing. But 2 things that Zero Gravy brought up is number 1, really obscure words. So like uppercut and roundhouse work really well, but what about Shit, I don't even know. Just something really obscure. Will the AI be able to effectively identify what it's supposed to be doing? And the other thing is if you have two things that are kind of similar. So if you had like a damage over time skill that was called miasma, and then maybe you had an evade skill that was called smoke bomb, and somebody used the word gas, you could be intending to do either of those two things, right? You could be intending to evade with smoke bomb or intending to use miasma as an attack. And so there won't really be any way to further give information to the AI, and it'll just have to make that inference on its own. So there may be situations where what you think you're attempting to do and what the AI understands you're trying to do might be a little different. So one of the ways that I'm obviously going to be able to mitigate that is by trying to keep the actions' names as different as possible, right? So don't put smoke bomb and miasma, because those two things are too similar. But we'll see. It's just a good thing to pay attention to. But overall, it seems to be coming along really, really well. It's progressing faster than I expected. I thought it was going to take a lot longer, even to get the letters thing to work. So I'm pretty happy about the fact that the letters are working. Now, right now, the letters are equally likely to get, and they are worth equal values. So I will have to change that. No, you just get letters over time, just like you get points. The points are going to go away. The point system is changing to the letter system. So there's no longer going to be exclamation point base attack, exclamation point strong attack, exclamation point heal. We are now only going to use the letters to make words. And so that's going to be the way you act. And you're just going to use natural language. So if you have letters, you look at your letters, you see what you've got, and then you look at, what's available, right? What scores you've got available up here. And then you make a decision as to what word you want to use. So, maybe you've got the words that could make bandage and uppercut, but, uppercut's got U in the beginning, and that's a rarer word or a rarer letter. So if there's a 2 times letter score here, then maybe using uppercut instead of bandage in this particular situation is going to be best. So the goal is to just try and create a system that's really creative and that allows creative expression from the viewers as they're trying to conduct actions, but also that gives them limits, right? If all of your letters can only make words that are similar to heal, then you're only going to be able to heal. And so you can't attack in those situations. And so that's creativity requires restriction. And as things are right now, you can just use your points for anything. And I have to kind of set it up so that the value of those points is always kind of the same across the board. But with this system, we can have a much broader value of points, and we can tie the value of those letters directly to your own personal creativity, which gives some skill expression to the game, right? There's no skill expression in the game as it stands right now. It's just watch, earn point, make action. And so it's really, it's too basic, right? It's not really a good video game. And so now that we can implement a little skill expression, then the game will be a lot more fun, I think. But we've still got, I don't know, probably another week before I can get it where the AI and everything works. I hope I can get it done in a week. I'd really like to get it done before my birthday, which is October the 2nd. Because I'd really like to just sit and play the game and, you know, talk to people about the game and stuff on my birthday. Because I'd like to do a nice long stream and, you know, try and bring in some extra people. Birthdays always bring in new faces and try and get a little more reach with the game. It's going to be difficult to kill boss with letters if you don't get many. Yeah, so that's a balance thing, right? Right now it's giving you one letter every 3 minutes, I think. One of the other things my older brother mentioned was tying it to your chat rate. But I don't want to abandon lurkers. So yeah, we'll just be looking at chat rates as an option. Another thing that kind of falls in there is we still have to look at balance when it comes to how many people are in the stream. Because every person is getting letters independently, the more people in the stream, the easier and easier and easier the game becomes. So the boss actually needs to reactively and in real time be getting stronger. Right, but the boss only attacks every 10 minutes if nobody's chatting. Right, so if there are people chatting, then the boss attacks much, much more slowly because you add 10 seconds to that timer with every message you put in. And so again, the more people who are chatting, the weaker and weaker the boss becomes. So the more people in the stream, the weaker the boss becomes. So I actually need to find a way to sort of invert that. And make it so that the more people are in the stream, the stronger the boss becomes. Because otherwise, you know, once you have about 5 people actively playing the game, you just decimate the boss right now. There's no chance. So some sort of a system for defense. Probably I'll make it a defense stat. And the more people who are there, just the higher the boss's defense is. Or maybe a regeneration stat. So he'll regenerate HP based on how many people are there. I don't know. Because I do want chat to be able to lose, right? I don't want chat to just always win. I want chat to eventually be set back to 0 and start over. And, you know, part of that is taking the number of bosses you kill and using that as a multiplier to make the next boss stronger. So that's something I need to do for the Thesourusaurus. Is just whenever the boss dies, you know, the boss's killed variable increments by 1. And then when the boss is instantiated, all of its stat variables get multiplied by some value based on how many bosses you've killed. Maybe it's 10% stronger, maybe it's 100% stronger. I don't know exactly what the value needs to be. I need to fix the items, because right now you're actually getting double the items. And I need to balance the items. They're giving way too much power right now. The regeneration ring giving 10, well, it's giving 20 right now, but even giving 10 is too much. It needs to maybe give like 2 or 3. And then the attack power is kind of the same problem. It's giving 20 right now. I originally set it to give 10, but it probably needs to give like 1 or 2 bonus attack power. But those are all balance questions, and those are easy to fix, right? I can just go in there and change the fucking number because they're hard coded. So. But I wanted to make sure that, you know, some of the primary functions were actively working, right? You needed the boss to be able to respawn. You needed to be able to vote on the items. You needed to be able to do all these things. And so now that those exist, we can start concerning ourselves with the balance. It takes a lot. It's a slow process. But we're making little steps every day. Won't be able to kill any boss like that if we get 2 attack for killing, and boss gets multiplied. Well, so multiplied doesn't need to be like by a whole number though, right? It could be 1.1 times. So then it's only 10% stronger. So if you're getting 2 attack damage and it's getting 10% stronger, technically your attack has gone up by 20%. And so you've actually gained more attack power than it's gained hit points. Now its attack power is also going up by 10%. So it's going to do 10% more damage and have 10% more hit points. And you're only choosing one item, which is giving you, 20% increased attack, but you're not gaining more hit points or regen or anything like that. So I think that actually would be fairly even. And so if every time you kill a boss, it comes back as, 10% of its base value stronger, or maybe it needs to be 10% of whatever its previous value is, so it's stacking, right? So it gets 1.1 times, and then it gets 1.21, and then it gets 1.33, and then it gets, 1.45 or whatever. $1.546. Right, and so it's getting 10% of its previous stronger. Could be interesting. And so now you have to start making smarter decisions, because just increasing your attack power will inevitably lead probably to loss. So a variety of items will end up probably being better in those situations. I don't know. I've never made a video game before, so I don't really understand some really, really basic stuff about like RPG damage value systems and stuff like that. I really need to kind of do a little studying, because, these are all solved equations. People have been making RPG games forever, and giving you systems that allow for potential failure without without being something that you can completely solve, right? They use the first thing they use is they use variable damages. So we already have that. The boss already does damage in a range with its attacks. So luck has something to play in that. We've added a skill expression system with the letters. So now instead of just having your base attack, and that base attack always being the same, each skill that you use now has its own base attack based on the letters that you used and the order that you used them in. And I think that's going to be a huge, sort of a huge equalizer for that, where we won't have to necessarily have the balance exactly right, because even if the boss gets a little stronger, then some good play by the viewers and some really creative words that incorporate, some Z's and some really long words or really long words or phrases that use up lots of those letter spaces and maybe hit a lot of bonuses and stuff like that. RNG luck, because the way it's going to work is, you'll have your 15 possible letters, and you'll have your scores, right? You might get a +2 or a ×2 here. You might get a ×3 here. You might get a double word score here. But as soon as you use these, right? As soon as you make a word and you use the available scores, it'll actually re-randomize. So these scores are only going to be available for one word at a time. So, maybe you put the word kick in here or something, And because you put the kick in there, you only got a double letter score on the K, right? And you lost this triple letter score and this double word score. And then those will get erased. And then we'll have a whole new set of letters or a whole new set of scores. And so maybe this time, like a triple word score is the first letter. And then, you know, maybe way down here, you get like another double word score. And so if you only use a really short word here and you don't stretch it out all the way to here, then you're losing some pretty significant value here. And so by setting up some skill expression and by creating a system that, you know, there's a little bit of randomness and a little bit of skill expression, I think will really, really improve the balance, but also create a system where people can feel really good, right? So if you see a good set of scores up there and you get a really nice juicy word with a Z in a good place, so you get a nice triple letter score on the Z, and you know, you hit a couple of multiple word scores and you just get a big fat attack in there. That'll be yeah, like Zapped will totally work. So the AI, I'm gonna have to create some more actions, but the AI is given the instruction that it needs to look for the word that you use is closest to. And then if none of the words are close enough, then it'll return, you know, like this word can't be used as an action, try something else. So I'm going to give you a list of all the possible actions. And then items in the future will maybe add possible new actions. So the nasty knife, maybe instead of being an attack damage adder like it is now, maybe it'll give you access to the stab attack, which will open up a whole new set of possible words that you can use. So maybe, you know, you start with like punch, kick, heal, and then you beat the first boss, and then you get the nasty knife, and now you have stab. And then you beat the boss again, and you pick up the helmet of defense. So maybe you get the shield ability, or the defend ability, or the armor up ability, right? And so anything that you can say that's related to that. So for stab, you could get, you know, thrust. What's another possible for stab? Thrust, poke, impale, you know, all of these different words. And the AI will be able to identify that those words are all similar to stab. And so it'll use the stab action, right? And maybe the stab action has a critical multiplier, right? So you give the word that you've chosen here, and that's your base damage. But maybe anytime the stab action is used, the crit multiplier of the stab action, or the crit chance of the stab action, might be 30 or 40%, versus the crit chance of the punch action might only be 5%. So you're now significantly increasing your chance of crit by using the stab action. Sure, I can use cutting, 100%. It's all going to be about what the AI infers to be close enough to the action. Right? I'm not going to give it a list of words that are similar. All I'm going to do is I'm going to give it the list of possible actions. So if the possible action is stab, then I'm going to give it stab. If the possible action's name is cut, then I'm going to give it cut. If the action's name is punch, I'm going to give it punch. And then the word that you use when you use your Scrabble tiles, right? The word that you use here, the AI is going to completely autonomously compare that word to all of your possible actions and then choose the action it thinks is closest, or tell you that there is no action close enough to that word. So if you said, if you had punch, kick, heal, and you said shoot, right? There's no shoot. You've got punch, kick, and heal. So if you use the word shoot and you've got no shooting actions, right? You don't have a ray gun or something like that as your item, then you can't use that word. And the AI will return to you, hey, this word doesn't suit any of your available actions. Try something else. But if you do for some reason have, a gun, and you use, for example, zap or zapped or, shoot or whatever, then it'll return with that action. So I'm going to be completely leaving it up to the AI's discretion to decide whether or not the word you used was close enough to equal an action. And then the more items we get, the more actions we have, the more variability you'll have, the more different words you'll be able to use in order to conduct a lot of actions. We'll have multiple types of healing, right? So it won't just be heal. It'll be, there'll be heal over times. There will be a bunch of different stuff. And I'll give you the name of all the actions, so you know the words that you're trying to get close to. So, like I said, one of the attacks will probably be punch and kick, right? Those will be your really basic ones because your character has no equipment. They've only got punches and kicks and maybe a headbutt. And then for healing, we might get, some sort of a healing magic. I'll think of, something that could work for healing magic. And then maybe we'll get some sort of a healing over time. And I'll give you the names of those. And then we'll just kind of move from there. And as you beat the boss and as you get more items and as you get more availability to more actions, it'll just sort of develop over time. And we'll keep a running update of exactly what actions are available to you. But this is why getting the, it's going to get really complicated, right? And this is why getting the browser extension is so important, is because I don't want the chat to start getting filled up with people saying like exclamation letters. I want the browser extension to have a UI that's just for you, that's going to keep all of your letters shown to you, right? That can keep a list of all your available actions shown to each individual player. So that way you're not we're not flooding the chat with commands and responses. We're able to look at those things sort of independently through the extension. And I would just use Twitch extensions, but because we multi-stream over to YouTube, we need to make a full-on browser extension because we want the YouTube players to be able to do it as well. Is there a limit? There's not a limit to the number of letters you can have as of right now. There will be a limit to the number of letters you can use in a single action, though. And that limit will probably be 15. I think that's a reasonable, right? Like you could even get a couple of words in there. Like punch hard face or something like that. And that's another balancing thing, right? The more letters you can use at a time, the more the multipliers affect, right? So if you're using like a double word score or a double phrase score, and your availability is only up to like, that's what I wanted to ask you. Can you type like punch kick? Okay, so that would be an interesting one, right? If you used punch kick or kick punch, I don't know. I would be interested to see how the AI would react to that. You could absolutely, right, use punch kick or kick punch. But I'm not going to enforce something on the AI in that situation. I'm just going to let the AI figure it out. But absolutely. And I definitely want people to use small phrases. Because that is, I think, really interesting. and would be really creative. Adjectives, verbs, articles are kind of useless in that situation. The, a, and I think if we just ignore articles and just, use adjectives, adverbs, verbs, nouns, stuff like that, then we could end up with some really interesting, sort of like you were casting a magic spell, right? I could see potentially something getting mixed up. Like if you had the ability to do a stab attack and you said something like thrust foot, it might decide that that actually meant kick instead of like to stab the person in the foot. And that's going to be something, the better AI model that I use, the better its inference is going to be. And right now I'm using a fairly weak AI model because I'm using a fairly old laptop. But splitting into probably wouldn't work for thrust, punch, or kick. But if you had, a slash attack, that would probably work. Again, it'll all depend on exactly what actions are available to the player at the time. You thought of the word splitting into, but you could potentially put like cleave into as well. You could put rend into, you could put rend in pieces, you could put, cut to pieces. Like as soon as you start even thinking about just splitting something in two as a cut, there's potentially so many permutations of that. And so then when you have, your list of letters up here and your list of potential multipliers, it's going to be about finding the permutation of that that gives you the best score. And I mean, it's going to be a really, really creative input system, and it's going to require. I guess it won't require because you could just use really basic stuff, right? You could just use the word for the attack that you want to do, right? If you want to do a stab attack, you could just use stab. That doesn't hurt anything. And if you don't want to be creative about it, then that's still totally an option. And I might even go ahead and do something like that, where if you don't want to have to be creative or you don't have a good set of letters, what I might do is also create exclamation point actions. So instead of using the point system like we're having here, if you don't want to have to be that creative about it, maybe you could just put exclamation point and the word, so like exclamation point stab, and instead of using up whatever's available here, it'll just randomly select 4 letters, or however many letters. So if the word is punch, then it'll randomly take 5 letters from your inventory, And if the if the word is stab, it'll take 4 letters, and then it'll just take those random letters, and then it'll put them together to make your score. And then that will be how the action gets triggered. And so instead of actually having to be creative and work with this more robust system, you could still just fall back on really basic actions and just use your letters that way as if they were points and sort of let RNG figure out your values. I actually think that's a pretty good idea. Just for people who just want to pop in and type something real fast and be done with it. I actually might go ahead and make that implementation tonight. Because that sounds like a really easy implementation. And then I can get rid of the points. And I can start working with the letters. Yeah, I'll probably do that. Probably try and create that implementation tonight. And so for now, it'll just be that it takes random letters, and that's how it creates your value. And that'll give me an opportunity to, set up the different damage values or the different action values for each of the letters. So Z is 5, A is 1, S is 1, V is 3 or 4, W, M is 2, maybe, I don't know. I'll literally just go look up Scrabble, and I'll just use the Scrabble values. But yeah, we'll start adding some context like that, and then we'll use the random system for now. And then once I get the AI all set up, which is probably going to take some doing, but once I get that set up, then we'll start using that imprint system, and then we'll just use both of the systems simultaneously so that some people can have an easy time and some people can have a creative time. And that'll just be generally more inclusive, I think. If English isn't your first language, or, if you just aren't a human dictionary, then, you don't want to get stuck with like 20 letters and not be able to come up with a word. That would feel bad. So allowing you to just boop, boop, do it random. Or maybe you accidentally get like 6 Z's just off of some crazy RNG. Or you've got a bunch of letters that you can't use very well. Giving you a system to use those would be good, I think. I am a human dictionary. I was reading at a college level in the 5th grade. But that's because, my mom's a teacher, my grandmother's a teacher, my grandfather's been a journalist his entire life, and wrote speeches for the Park Service and stuff like that. And so when I was a kid, like, nobody talked down to me, nobody used simple words. Like, I was just around people who had massive vocabularies my entire life, and they refused to do anything but speak with massive vocabularies. So I just kind of learned lots and lots of words. I love words. I think words are, just one of the most interesting things, because you have so many words, especially in English. You have so many words that kind of mean the same thing, but they all mean slightly different. And we all sort of subconsciously know those differences, right? If I tell you that something, if I told you I caught a big fish, or if I told you I caught a huge fish, or if I told you I caught a gigantic fish, right? Technically, those 3 words mean the same thing. But if I told you a story about a fish I caught, and all I did was use those 3 words, that story is different all three of those times. And so I'm obsessed with words. I think choosing the right word is just such an important skill when you're trying to express, how you're thinking, how you're feeling, what happened. No kidding. Good for you. So is English not your first language? That's where I fall short. English is my only language. I don't the the American education system does not put very much pressure. Oh, okay, cool, Serbian. Yeah, we don't put very much pressure on our children to learn other languages. So most people in the U.S., only speak English. At least most people who are born in the U.S. who don't have a background that has another primary language, right? If you're, second generation from, say, Mexico, you probably also speak Spanish. But, if you're fifth or sixth generation, you probably only speak English. Um, and so I've always been a little bit sad that I don't know any other languages. I'm really bad at learning languages. I took Japanese in college. I took French in high school. I grew up in southern New Mexico, so I've been around people who speak Spanish literally my entire life. Um, and for a person who's good at learning languages, I would probably know at least two and a half, three languages by now. But I'm really bad at learning languages. And so I don't know, none of the education I've had really stuck very well. So I don't speak any other languages, which is too bad. But any proficiency that you have in a second language, I think should be celebrated. I mean, I didn't even know that English wasn't your first language in all the time that I've known you, because you obviously speak English well enough that I view you as a native English speaker. So, I mean, it's pretty fucking good. There are some little hints. Like you and Gravy kind of say the same thing. Gravy says, I'll go get some food instead of, like, I'm going to go eat. Um, and so that's kind of a giveaway. But that's, I mean, that's because we speak English improperly as native English speakers. Or, like the other day, you said, I'll go to sleep instead of I'm going to sleep. That's a little bit of a giveaway, too. But that's just a question of conjugation. Mm-hmm. Well, and so the more and more online we are, the more and more I've noticed the the newer generations. So English is structured differently than a lot of other languages, where we put some of our parts of speech in different places. And I learned this when I was learning Japanese specifically. Is the subject of their sentences is always like at the very beginning of their sentences, and the subject of our sentences can be in sort of different places. Um, or maybe it's inverted. I don't really remember. Like I said, I'm bad at learning new languages, but the structure of sentences in other languages is typically different than English. Learned German and Italian, but never had anyone to speak to, so it's all out. Yeah, that's if you don't use it, you do lose it. But I've noticed that online, people who speak English but who grew up on the internet talking to people who don't necessarily speak English as a first language have started to take on some of the sentence structure of people who are non-native English speakers, because we interact with those people so much that it's just easier to speak English structured the same way they speak their native languages, because English is such an outlier in the way it structures its sentences. And so there are people who are native English speakers who speak it improperly because it's more similar to the way foreign speakers speak English, which has been really interesting. It's something even I do sometimes. Particularly when I'm typing, I think. Ooh, 300 more of these. How did I get those? I don't know, but we're using them. While we go through these, I'm actually going to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Ooh, we got a new ring. That's quite a bit higher base values. It's an extra 1,000 base attack, an extra 30, almost 40,000 base HP, but I lose my crit damage and defense for just a flat attack buff. I honestly don't know which one of these is better. I feel like these equipment scores are so high, or so different, that just this flat attack might be better. And I think we're going to go with it. Think we're going to go with it. Can't believe we're up to 5 billion power. Ooh. Damn, that sucks. Even though this is only defense and evasion, I really don't think that putting this transcendent piece in there is going to be worth. I mean, that is a lot of extra defense. At 1300 and another almost 70,000 HP. But without that bonus, those percent bonuses. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. And then you. Gosh. Well, I think we just throw it on there. I think we do it. Because who doesn't want to have that nice, beautiful purple in there, right? So beautiful. Yes, periwinkle. That actually might be periwinkle. Oh, and now they're trying to get me to go back down. No. Get away. Let's see, what are we at here? 32 mil now. Goodness gracious. Give me another transcendent piece. You know you want to. You know you want to hit me with that back-to-back transcendence. Give it to me. Give me my beautiful purple pieces. Accuracy, double hit rate, crit damage, graze rate. Probably no. Oh my gosh, right into another one. Why? Stop. No. You've given me this transcendent piece, now you just keep giving me masterpieces of the same type. If it's not over 500, it doesn't give me 2 stats I really want. I'm not going back. It's not happening. You can kiss my butt. You know we never showed his face again. You know your love keep lifting Keep on lifting. Man, I gotta tell you, I've been in such a good mood lately. I've been sleeping real good, and working on this game project has really been keeping my mood up. It is so much fun to see the little bits come together and make, just a little bit of progress every day on it. And to be thinking about it's such an interesting system to me. It's really keeping my mind engaged. And that is not something I've had in a really long time. Vanessa was just down there fighting all by herself. What a weirdo. What a freaking weirdo. Ooh, we got lots of currency here. Level that bad boy up. Hey, we got 300 pulls. Oh, look at that. 3 legendaries. Boom, boom, boom. Ooh, Sabrina and Jean, too. Jean is actually really, really powerful. I didn't get a chance to really pull on Jean's. She had a banner for a while. Oh, she still has a banner. It's going away now. And I didn't get to pull on her banner because I was pulling on Suyua's banner. And now I'm pulling on this one. But in 3 hours, 3.5 hours, these 2 banners go away, and I actually think we get a new Mon. I really want to get to 5-star with Laima. So I really want to get to here. We may have to go all the way to here. I really hope that I can get 5-star Laima here. Because if I can, then I'll probably stop pulling for Laima at 5-star, depending on who the new character is. So we're actually probably going to stick with the stream today. Even if I'm not really doing anything, I might just mute myself and let the game run in the background. But I definitely want to be here at 8 o'clock tonight when the new banner pops, because I want to take a look at the monsters. So we'll be seeing. We still got some stuff to do here, though. We actually haven't done any of the tower defense today. We probably need to do some of that. We've definitely gotten stronger. So this should be actually kind of easy, I think. Oh, I hate this one. Okay, Suyua goes here. Laima can definitely... Well, does Laima go here or here? I think Laima goes here. Sabrina can definitely go there. She can go here. Yeah, I definitely want the stun here, probably. This person goes here. This person goes here. This person goes here. Yeah, that's fine. Go to sleep soon, so I won't be for that long here. Yeah. Yeah, you, the only 2 people who even watch my stream right now are you and fucking Gravy, and you're like on the other side of the world, which is hilarious. Fucking hilarious. At least the only 2 people who interact with me. I think there are actually some other people watching. I think they're lurking. But it's pretty funny that the 2 people I talk to the most on the stream right now are from the other side of the world. I love it. I wouldn't want to live in any other time in history for no other reason than being able to interact with so many different people from so many different places. Yeah, that stuff's never accurate. That stuff's never accurate. It's the same thing on Twitch. You just kind of have to ignore the viewer count when you're streaming because it'll totally ruin your life and it's almost never right. Yeah, it only updates every so often. And so you'll get people like popping in for short periods of time and then leaving to go do whatever. Or, it doesn't necessarily count people who are listening, but who aren't actively watching. So if you've got, people who are like doing other stuff, alt tabbed out or something, then it doesn't count them. And it's all kinds of stupid. PC first, and after I didn't have good internet. Yeah, you definitely have to have good internet for streaming. That's the one thing you can't really get away with is streaming on subpar internet. Nice. That one was close. Okay, we put these here. Put these here. I think that's probably a decent setup. Might want to switch this one. Okay, that'll be fine. That will be fine. Bidoo-doo-doo. 2012, when my PC was trash, I couldn't play anything. My was so bad I stopped. Uh, that's funny. Surely there's people who watch Serbian streams. Could have just talked in Serbian. Yeah, I'm really lucky that I already knew about NVIDIA GeForce Now when I started. Because, my computer barely runs this game. It's actually struggling to stream and run this game at the same time. Because I'm on a 1050 Ti. Um, ooh. But, having NVIDIA GeForce Now to play, much more graphically intensive games has been really nice. And it's opened up my computer to just be my streaming rig, which has been good. This game has actually been killing my computer. It is not happy with me right now. But today and tomorrow will be probably our last 2 days streaming this game, at least regularly. Might go ahead and do it, some other time. But Nice. But on the 18th, we get the new Throne and Liberty. They're dropping I guess not new Throne and Liberty, but they are dropping. Actually, I want that thing there, I think. Yeah, that'll probably be good. Maybe this goes right here. Yeah. Okay. But they're dropping a fresh start server with accelerated advancement. And they're launching the tier 3 gear and a new 10-person raid and some other stuff like that. So I'm going to play on the 18th. I'm going to play Throne and Liberty. And then on the 19th, we're going to play Warborn Above Ashes. Yeah. So on the 18th, we'll play Throne and Liberty in case Warborn Above Ashes is absolute trash. We'll get ourselves a nice start on Throne and Liberty. If Warborn comes out and is really good, then we'll just keep playing Warborn. But if Warborn comes out and it sucks, then we'll go back to Throne and Liberty, probably. And just play that out for a little while. But yeah. I enjoyed, Throne and Liberty has a decent combat system. It has, some fun. I enjoyed the dungeons and stuff. They were interesting. The boss fights were interesting. The big problem I had with that game, and the problem I'm still going to have with that game, is too much reliance on guilds for PvP. And not large enough PvP spaces. But it relied way too much on big mob PvP. Where I would like to have, large scale PvP, but I'd like to have large scale PvP across relatively large areas so that people get spread out, right? Lots of objectives, and needing to spread out your players. Having the ability to just clump up your 50 people all in one little spot is stupid. It's very stupid. But we'll try it again. If they're going to be improving the PvE content of it, then I'm kind of okay with that. I could have fun there. We'll of course play free to play because I don't spend money on predatory monetization. I like the game. I went 4 times PvE. Yeah, I mean the game's quite a bit of fun from a PvE perspective. Like I said, the combat in that game is pretty decent. Is a good time. Who is this? Ooh, it's Skate Punk. I'm coming for you, Skate Punk. What do we get here? Some more star rewards? Please and thank you. Let's go out here. Let's beat this mission. Let's beat all these other missions. I love beating missions. Let's bring all our people back to life. Let's use up some more magic orbs. Give me some goodies. Do you want my love? Well, if you do, I'll see you out there, Nemanja. Maybe we can jump in a dungeon together or something. Of course, there's probably fresh start servers across all the different regions, and you live on the other side of the planet, so you probably won't be in the same server as me. So never mind. You just have to go beat your own dungeons. I mean, I wouldn't want you to come play in my region just to play with me, because the likelihood that I'll play beyond the first day is pretty slim. That would be would put you in a potentially more difficult situation down the line. Well, yeah, but I mean, you would have higher ping if you were playing in my region. You would have, all kinds of stuff. I would never want somebody to do that to themselves. I mean, that's fair. It is significantly less of an issue in PvE. Played with you once human, never had any issues. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, we had people from all over the place. Khaleesi was from South Africa. We had 2 people from Australia. We had people from the UK and Europe. We had people from all over the place when we were playing Once Human. I miss the Once Human days. I really do. We had a lot of fun back then. Ba-da-bow-dow. Ba-da-bow-dow. Everybody, rock your body right. Yeah, I think we go do some more of these, actually. Actually, let's try. Let's see if we can maybe get a little further here. It's been quite a while since we tried to make any sort of progress here. Let's remove Celeste. And let's deploy. And then maybe let's remove this dude. Deploy this dude. And that's maybe... that's the attack speed. We need that. Actually, let's remove Vanessa. Deploy that dude. That's definitely the play. Last time I played, they had nightmare level dungeons, or how it was called, I forgot. But I could beat them alone. Yeah, I mean, everything was pretty soloable in that game. Eventually, right? Maybe not straight away, but eventually you got strong enough. Let's put Laima right there. Let's put Sabrina right here. We want that attack speed. We want that there. I want this here. We'll put that there. Actually, we'll put this here. Because we want our debuffs. Right, this is a defense debuff, this is damage taken debuff. We want those happening before we get here. Nightmare silos were hard, just few people on my survey could do them alone. I farmed the nightmare silos without going to the bosses while you were still able to do that because of the little, you killed the 3 little objects or whatever and got the midway loot. And then they like changed it so that one of those was always like at the boss. And that was the last time I played. Yeah, we're killing the game over here. Look at us go. Look at all this mad DPS. Do 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 do. All right. Do 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 do. Oh no. Oh. Ooh. We're having some trouble here. What's going on? Am I not going to be able to finish this? It's all these little blue wolves are kicking my ass. I think maybe we're okay now. Since we don't have some of the other enemies getting in the way. We did lose one of our stars, which is unfortunate. But just beating the thing should give us some stuffs here. Yeah, what do we get for beating that? We get 750. What do we need to buy our Devilmon? We need 2,400. Yeah, so 2,400 is 1, 2, 3, 4 more. 1, 2, 3, and a little bit. So let's look. What are some other things that we can do in here that can give us some points? So we can beat these things on all the different difficulties. We can complete daily missions, which we can't do. And then we've got reach challenge, clear record. Which I don't... Okay, well, I think we're just going to keep trying to push. If we can beat 4 of these, then we can get another Devilmon, and we can level up Lima. This is another one of the really hard ones. Yeah, we'll put her right there. Put her right there. Put the monkey here. Actually, put the monkey here. Yeah, I'll go to that. I'll go back to that in a second and check that. Good call. I don't know that we're going to be able to make it through this. When this boss comes out of here, we're going to have a hard time. Hopefully Laima gets the root off. I actually think we're going to get multiple bosses. I think we're going to get, just like the last one, we're going to get those ice wolves, the blue wolves. And they tend to, yeah, they tend to come in groups. Like there's not always just one of them. We got that one. But it got away from us pretty hard. When we get to stage 4, I think we'll get more than one. Oh no, we got just the boss up here. That's nice. Maybe it's not trying to ruin my life. We should have had a defense down effect there. Come on, Tsuyua. Beat that dude's ass. Yeah, get it. Nice. Yeah, we got another blue wolf here, but it's all by itself, which means my people will just damage it all the way. Nice. Should get another one coming out of here. Yep. He's kind of by himself. Hopefully, nope. My debuffer hit the wrong thing there, so I might have a hard time here. Laima got the root off, though, so we're good. And now we've got the big time boss. We're going to move this one down here. Move this right here. Ooh, we got it. That was a crazy one. All right, let's go back to that other thing. Let's claim that. And move to that one. Interesting. Oh, it's this one. I fucking hate this one. Okay, so everything is going to have to come through here, so this is where we defend first. So first things first, Tsuyua goes there. Can't believe I haven't been doing these challenges every day. Now Kraka goes here. The next one I'm going to put up is I'm going to put Laima right here. And then we're going to use all of our buffers in these spots. So they'll do as much damage as they can, but primarily their goal is going to be about buffing. So we'll put... Is this Laima? Because Laima will be able to root him right here in the front. Yeah. And then Suya and Kraka will just go to town on him. That's fantastic. Then we're going to want some buffer action. So, actually, you know what? Let's just get some more DPS. And another DPS for this spot right here. Another range DPS. Yeah, probably that one's okay. We're just going to focus on this spot. Then we'll put a buffer here and a buffer here. So we want attack speed. Then we'll put, is this Rena? Nope, that's Melissa. That's accuracy. That's Rena. Rena gives just a flat attack buff. Oh, we got some people falling through here. Okay, and we fail. Cool, cool. Good job. Good job. Did I get far enough? I don't think I got far enough. Gotta get to 1,200. We were only at 321. Ouch. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna make it on that. But maybe we can still make... these, right? I still need 3, so 4, 5, and 6. If I can beat 4, 5, and 6, we'll get another 100 orbs. I don't have to beat them perfect, right? I just have to beat them. Okay, that's right. This one has a boss up on top. So I need all of my melees down here. Well, those 2 melees can go there. Actually, so the boss is pretty difficult because goodness. She's not even gonna hit anything. Everybody else here will. This is all fine. I think this is acceptable. So the boss is difficult, but because I've got these 2 debuffers up here, I think I might actually be okay. Can I get Sabrina to attack this way? Yeah. So I've got one character that's just straight up not doing anything, and it's my attack speeder, which kind of sucks. I might just need to swap these back and forth, so let the attack speeder do its thing, and then swap in the debuffer. And then the attack speed's gone, let the attack speeder do its thing, swap in the debuffer. Yeah, that's how we're going to do it. Is it a little ridiculous? Yes. But that's fine. Perfectly fine. The bottom side seems to be doing okay. We've got a bunch of extra enemies coming in from the top, but it doesn't seem like it's causing a problem. Between Suyua and Kraka, we just hit way too fucking hard down there. And we've almost got the boss. We're doing really good there. We're going to get a little more time after we finish the last wave before the boss, like, ends the game by just instantly destroying me somehow. So I think we have plenty of time here. We just need to keep some of our buffs up. And we're good. Nice. Good job. Way to do it. Healing myself. Okay, it looks like one straight path. So we want the big melees on the corners, because that'll give them the most access to the creatures. We want our best buffs in the front. We want our best hitters in these spots where they can hit as much as possible. That's a good buff. Well, that's a better buff. Yeah, this person will just kind of hang out over here. Yeah, I like that. All right, they're moving quick. I hate the quick moving ones. They just make it so hard for my AoE DPS to do anything because everybody's all spread out and all that stuff. It just makes Kraka and Tsuyua pretty ineffective. But Laima's getting those roots in, putting down some deeps, which is nice. That root's a nice big AoE. It's really helping with a lot of these bigger enemies. Yeah, Laima's strong. That root is silly. We're going to get a couple of them close together here. That's nice. Get some AoE on them. It seems like we're probably going to make it. We haven't even gotten around this bend yet. Although it looks like we're going to right now. Oh, everything seemed like it was going fine. What the hell suddenly happened? Last wave. We got 3 all right there. Let's just hit them with what I don't even know what this skill does. Ooh. I think one more. 4, 5, 6. Yep. We get our extra 100 there. So if we beat this one, we can get Laima up. And if we get Laima up, we might actually be able to go ahead and push. It's another one of these real fast ones. I really hate this. I actually think Tsuyua goes here. I actually think Kraka might go there. No, she can go here. I want my root. Actually, I want my root there. Yeah, Tsuyua does go there. Get our big damage buffs there. Or do I maybe put my damage buffs here as they go down towards Kraka? And then maybe I put Kraka right here. Yeah, let's condense these guys up here. And let's put our good debuffs right here. And then Sabrina can go here. The rest of my buffs can just kind of be around. I like that better. I think that's fairly beneficial. That way we can get our defense and damage taken debuffs on any sort of bosses that make it around that corner there. The penguins get on their bellies and slide super fast. That's hilarious. Goofy little bastards. They're like riot penguins. That's fucking hilarious. Look at that. Look at him go. Oh no, he's gonna make it through. Come on, Lima. Root him. Root him. Ah, oh, you suck. Oh, you got him. You don't suck. I'm sorry. Okay, we're definitely not beating that one. That's too bad. So close. So freaking close. Oh, I pooched it so bad. What do? I need 150 more of those points to get another Devilmon. There are no more missions that I can do. I mean, the only real option I have is to maybe try and beat 1200 here, but there's no way, right? Shit. Okay, well, let's see what we can do. Let's try things a little differently. Let's put Suyua here. And then we'll put Kraka down here, maybe. What does this do? Nothing. Let's go ahead and put Kraka down here. Hopefully they're both good enough to clear everything on their own. Nope. Letting a dude through here. Yeah, I have no idea what that does. Shit. Yeah, this was definitely, I think, a worse plan of attack. But I suppose we can go here. Oh, is it a buff? Okay, it gives them a buff. Got it. And then what's another decent melee? Gene, okay. And then let's get Sabrina. These two actually start doing better about halfway through the wave when the first group gets here because these two trigger their buffs. So then they get attack speed and bonus damage, which is cool. And then maybe get the archer there for some more buff action. We'll have to remember to use this if anything bad happens, because that buffs up anybody around for a little while. Let's see how long that lasts. Okay, not very long, but long enough. And it keeps recharging, so there's no point in not using it. And then... yeah, let's hit the debuffer here. Because that'll help Kraka clear some more. Let's buff those guys up some. Right as that big group comes in, nice. And then we're going to get the other buffer, or the other debuffer up here. So we'll get the monkey up here. And it's just all about trying to make these guys as easy for these guys to kill as possible. And then if anything gets through, there should be enough firepower here. And we've got our buff that's typically going here as well. So let's go ahead and drop that. Overall, it seems to be working pretty good compared to last time. What's some other stuff? We got... Oh, nice. Yeah, I think we put that right there for sure. That's a nice base attack damage buff for everybody. We got a Grim Reaper coming in here. Come on. Get that Reaper. And get that Fairy. Nice. Next, we'll get another buff right there. Who do we want? Oh, that's an accuracy buff. Yeah, let's get the accuracy buff for sure. And then back here in the back, we're going to put 3 more nice, good range DPSs. If we make it, we're not going to make it that far. Oh, that Reaper's going through. Get him, get him. Oh, almost got that Reaper. Okay, we're still alive. We're going to put some good DPS back here. Oh, we got a Reaper coming at some point. I don't know what this dude's doing here. I think that this Reaper is going to end it for us right here, unfortunately. But we did way better this time than we did last time. 447 defeated instead of 156. We might have made it. Let's see. Weekly rewards. Oh, it's cumulative rewards. I wonder if whatever this is cumulative as well. We're going to have to look into that. Because if it's cumulative, then I can just keep going. Reach challenge clear record 768. I think it might be cumulative. So I think we might just go in there and do it again. Yeah, I think it was, it also, because I did it that one time a few days ago. I wish there was a way to just like auto do it. Ooh, can I replace this? Nope. Angelic Blessing. Grants an angelic blessing that removes status effects from allies in the area while also granting a triple hit rate up 50% effect for 8 seconds. Wow, that's pretty good. Yeah, let's go in. And let's see what we see. I like this start. I like Suyua right off the bat here. And then Kraka down below. I'm going to need to probably put this buff on Suyua. Maybe right now, maybe in a minute. Then we definitely want Lima. Buff goes on Suyu there. Yeah, good night. Thanks for hanging out there, Namanja, and letting me yak at you about my crazy video game ideas. Oh, don't say always. I'll hold you to that. Who was the other person I put up right here? Oh, right. It was the attack speed buff. I kind of like this setup that I put up here last time, so. Pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance. I don't even know what all these people are doing right now. I'm just like throwing people out there, seeing what sticks. Last time I got 600 enemies killed. We're halfway there this time. We're changing up our build a little bit. We're going to put another ranged buffer here. Probably, let's see, who's this? No. Probably this one. That's crit. That's real good. We haven't let any enemies through yet, I don't think, so. I feel pretty happy about that. We've got a Reaper coming. We'll go ahead and drop down the buff there for the Reaper and the Fairy. We'll do it twice if we need to. Nice. Now let's see about putting in some bigger damages back here. Lots and lots of muscle in the back line here. Is that Reaper gonna get killed? It's close. Come on. Oh, didn't get the Reaper. Let's get Chuckle Nuts here. We've only defeated 391. I could have sworn we defeated way more than that last time. Gosh, that's a ton of rewards. Man, I really should be playing this way more than I did last week. Because I don't think there's a limit, right? You can just keep doing this as much as you want. The the highest tier people have only killed 1,200 people in a single round, and I got 400. But they're doing it in 5 minutes instead of 9 minutes. I don't even know how that's possible. But I think I got enough there. Yes. Get to claim that mission. What is up? Go to the exchange. Give me another Devilmon. And that means Lima is now awakened. Right off the bat with a blind. Maximum accuracy. So she's definitely going to hit. Let's go see how many more bosses we can take now. Because I'm fairly certain with an insta-blind, we're going to be in much, much better positions. Tank lived right up until the first big hit. Yeah. So we're not even going to be concerned about kiting. We couldn't even beat this guy kiting last time. And we beat him without kiting this time. Lima being awakened is so powerful. So powerful. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean the boss is just blind half the time. Literally cut its DPS in half. 5 seconds out of every 10 seconds. It can't do shit. Oh, nice. The tank even survived this time. That's great. I might not lose any characters this time. Hell yeah. Okay, we're going far now. We're going real far now. If I can get Chassin in there too, triggering a heal, I might not even need potions. Straight killing the game. This is probably going to help me with a lot of other stuff too. PvP, higher tier PvE. I think we missed some hits here. Yeah, our damage was pretty low on that one. That's too bad. Probably just some misses in there. Just need some more base accuracy. Relic accuracy, stuff like that. Go in with some accessories. Maybe up some accuracy on some accessories. But if anybody misses their hit on their buff or their debuff, then we just do so much less damage. It becomes hard to beat these bosses. Killing the game. Killing the game. Now we should be ahead of these two nerds. Yeah, what's up, nerds? I'm better than you. Look at all this. Look at this. A whole million ahead of me. Or a whole billion ahead of me. And this one's 2 billion. Almost 3 billion ahead of me. And I'm over here just crushing it. They're stuck and I'm just smooth sailing. Smooth sailing. Hey, Rock Golem. What up, Rock Golem? What you got? You ain't got nothing. You're gonna get turned into rubble. You go from Rock Golem to Rubble Pile. Get fucking wrecked. Get fucking wrecked. Let's open up these 500. Hell yeah, give me another Transcendent. You know you want to. I know I want to. Killing rock golems. Killing rock golems. Killing rock golems. Yeah, this feels real good. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to be able to watch it all the way to 3200. I might have to restart it a couple of times for lack of DPS. If we hit some bad... Ooh. I feel like even though we lose quite a bit of the base here, that 33% attack is too good. Gotta do it. Gots to get paid. Getting it. Getting it. Dude, I don't even understand. I am destroying this. I know that these two have a tiered up Lima, right? Yeah, this one's got 5-star Lima. This one's got 6-star Lima. What's going on, man? What are y'all doing? You don't have a tank. That's your fucking problem. Get me a tank. This person's using Ophelia for tanking. So this person should be way further along. You've got Ophelia, you've got a stunner, you've got Laima. You got Arda, so you're definitely reducing. It might be... Having Vanessa and Grogan doesn't really help. Because you've got 2 stuns there. Those aren't really compatible. So one or the other. Because you can't double stun something, you know? Unless they're offset somehow. So if one of them had like cooldown reduction or something, then the extra stun would be beneficial. But honestly, I'm thinking about taking stuns all the way out. In fact, let's go ahead and look at that. Let's see about taking Vanessa out of the rotation. Because she no longer stuns. It's no longer effective because now Laima is just blinding all the time. So that's a 5-second blind over a 2.5-second stun. Or a 2-second stun. So there's almost no point there. So I think maybe we could maybe put in one of these, like Lucian or Vertiel or Tessarion. Or maybe if there's another melee. We can see about putting Chassin in there. That's interesting. But I think maybe just one of these big DPSs, right? The game's always trying to push you to use Lucian. So let's try and get Lucian up to level 50, but let's throw Lucian in there. Let's auto-grant some crit rate here. So we still only have to roll 10, but we actually roll both of these at the same time. So if you wait to roll, you can actually save yourself quite a bit of points because you'll roll both of these at the same time. And so you're basically getting twice as many chances at this first one. So if you waited all the way until it was like 7-star to really roll it, then you could save quite a bit of points there. But it also means that you're not gaining some of the power that you could be gaining earlier on. Are we gonna get some crit rate though? Come on now. Please. Please get some crit rate. I feel like I definitely should have hit a crit rate by now. This is kind of silly. There we go. Ooh, got a 4.0 on it. Definitely locking that one. Let's go in for another crit rate. Oops. I had to clear my throat. Fuck that up. Let's give you 1 accuracy. Go in for another crit rate there. Oh, you know what? I think it's actually using them twice as fast. Well, maybe not. I don't really know. Who the fuck knows? I don't fucking know. Come on, Bubba. You can do it. Give me that good second crit rate. Come on. Get it. Damn. That's okay. Let's go ahead and keep that the way it is anyway. And let's go ahead and change that formation. See what happens. Just more DPS, as it should be. Yeah, being able to pretty much just always keep my tank alive is epic. I mean, this is so good. I'm just gonna cruise. I'm doing good damage. I've got good tank. We gotta get to 4,000 to get another character. Probably I'll need more damage by then. But just a tank and Laima is just instant fucking victory. I mean, you gotta have tier 3 Laima, but still. It's not even fair. Not even fair. Look at all that damage. Just crushing this lich. And potions all day. When we look at Chassin, something I need to check. It's a 5-second heal over time. So there's a little bit of an issue here where this heal over time is going to happen during the blind timer, which sort of makes this not useful. Typically, it seems like my tank is getting hit one time before they get blinded, before the enemy gets blinded. And it would help, like right now, we're not at a point where we're using a potion. So we could have been healing over that and making sure we were totally full. So there will be some value there, but I don't know if that value will be greater than having another full DPS and just relying on potions. If potions didn't exist, then the best thing to do would be to have a Chassin. But because we have potions, ooh, my tank got killed. I was not expecting that to happen. You're still going to lose. Still going to beat that ass, but good for you for killing the tank. Good for you. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure exactly what the next character should be. It should either be Chassin or obviously another DPS. Or potentially another debuffer. Maybe that pirate. So, Lucian does poison, I believe. Increased crush rate, that's nice. I think I already have an increased crush rate. Of course, I think... Oh, to itself, never mind. Yeah, so it does poison, it does venom. And so this pirate here, Galleon, actually gets more damage if the enemy is suffering from venom. Yeah, so Galleon and Lucian, I think, have some synergy. So I might want to throw Galleon in there. I don't really know. Alright, one last one on the Lich. If we can beat the Lich, and then if we can beat the Centaur again without any manual intervention, I'll be pretty fucking stoked. You know, I had to do a little manual intervention on the Lich. I had to reset on the Centaur a few times. I only had to do it once. As soon as we got Laima going. But... oh, the Ruins Guardian. Yeah, the Ruins Guardian was actually pretty tough too. I honestly think we're going to be good now, though. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're pretty set on the Ruins Guardian. Nice. That crit hurts, but... okay. My damage is almost lacking there. I'm going to assume that that was a low damage run. Probably just missed an important buff or something like that. We'll see. We've got more fights coming here. It might not have been a low damage run. Gracious. Let's see. Let's see how many times I fail just based off of damage. We're keeping our tank alive. I think the tank has stayed alive through the first big hit every time. And then they die, like, after. We've got an extra 4 seconds, 5 seconds there. So we definitely should be able to win. We may have to reset a couple of times. Ooh. He got a lot of crits off there. A lot of his skill use. So the blind doesn't affect that triple shot thing. Because that's a skill, not its base attack, and the blind only stops it from base attacking. So that can present a problem with this enemy. But I think I heal often enough with potions that we're kind of good there. So we're pretty good. There is a little bit of some risk happening with that ability attack. And, you know, anytime we miss some things. So accuracy definitely needs to maybe be a priority for a little while. Because I don't know that we're going to beat this one. We made it. Okay. Boost up the damage as much as I can, as often as I can there. Because we are cutting it close. I don't know that we're going to make it on this one. We lost our tank, so we're probably going to lose a DPS in here somewhere. Lost Suyua. Yeah. That's over. I didn't think the Guardian was going to be the one that was going to get me. We could kite it. But I don't know that that matters. I think we still trigger the timer. Gosh, we're getting crushed all of a sudden. Okay. Let's try kiting it. The timer still triggers, but we can get everybody else's attacks. So the blind goes off, and then all the big attacks go off. And then the blind will go off, and then all the big attacks will go off. And we'll get a little bit of extra time to DPS in there. But it doesn't really seem to be... So I think the problem there is that when I do it like that, it offsets Suyua and Laima. And Laima triggers CC, right? Because she roots. So oh no, Suyua and Laima stay on the same. But then their buffs get sort of off from everybody else. So I don't know. Goodness, I don't really know what's happening there. That sucks. I thought I was going to cruise a lot harder than that. You know, we've got 40 levels on these people. They'll almost certainly catch up to us. But I don't want to waste too many potions, right? I'm pretty defensive of my potions. I like to have them. I like them to be useful. So we might just let that go. Got some serious bonuses to open up. We could open up all this stuff. We got a lot of stuff here. 60 hours, 61 hours worth of XP. Almost 3 days already. We could go back and clear some more of this stuff so that we can try and buy some more from this exchange. You know, get some more XP, get some more other stuff. I don't really know. It would just be about repeating that content over and over and over again. So we'd have to double, triple, quadruple, quintuple. So we'd have to do about 5 times as much, and that would give us 1, 2, 3, 4K. Let's go back to the exchange with 4K. We could max out that with 2.5. We could get some elixirs. I mean, there's some value. Max this out, max this out, max that out, max that out. I don't know. We got 2 hours? Yeah, 2 hours until the new person pops. Might as well use these up. Might as well go ahead and use these. Go back. Actually, you know what I can do? I want to try. So I changed my formation. I put Lucian in. And I thought that was better. But it's possible it wasn't. And I didn't really check to see if it was. So let's deploy Vanessa back in there. And let's go back and fight this boss and see if Vanessa really improves our stuff here. And if maybe Lucian was a bad play. I mean, we cleared it. I don't know how much of that was because of Vanessa. We want to let it keep running, right, and see how many times we can clear it. It is possible that with Lucian in there, I was just hitting some bad RNG. I've gotten bad RNG, you know, 3, 4, 5 times in a row in the past, so it's not out of the question. But I seem to be feeling a little more consistent right now. And I feel like the damage is just better. Which is kind of weird, because Vanessa doesn't really do anything. Increase attack to melee allies with her crit. Okay, well that actually could do something. Okay. That might actually be what's going on there. She might be triggering that buff, and most of my DPS comes from melees. Right, I've got Suyua, I've got Kraka, I've got Melissa, I've got Jean even. So maybe that was the dealio. Oh, see, here we go. Here we're gonna fail. Oh, because a bunch of my people got killed. Okay. Yeah, if I lose Suyua and Jean and Vanessa, obviously we're gonna fail. Homeboy's using his skill a bunch there. Yo, chillax, brother. Tank is barely hanging on. Staying alive. Staying alive. Just 2 more wins here. It's weird to me that Vanessa seems to be better. I mean, I guess giving 2.5 seconds every 10 seconds where the enemy can't use its skill is probably helping keep my tank alive. So that's cool. You know, that extra 20% to the melees when the melees are a big part of my DPS, probably helping out. So I can see why maybe Vanessa is working out better. But I am definitely surprised that, you know, a crowd control slash kind of semi-buffer is doing more than a full-on DPS was for my overall DPS. We did lose my tank, but it seems like my characters are mostly still alive. We might squeak this one out. It's going to be really down to the wire here. Let's see. Hey, we got it. Nice. And now we're moving back onto the Centaur. Hopefully, I can clear the Centaur. The Centaur is pretty rough, but he is mostly just basic attacking. And because of that, I don't really see him being a huge problem thanks to all the blind. So as long as my DPS is enough, he's probably going to get another 1 or 2 of my characters here. Yeah, there goes another one. There goes Suyua, but we're still doing enough damage. So it doesn't really matter what he does after he kills my tank, as long as my tank survives long enough. So, yeah. There's a problem here. We're having a little trouble hitting our DPS goals sometimes, it looks like. Can you push that DPS a little more? We're not going to succeed here, I don't think. Nope. Okay, well. Let's go look at some stuff, because I think taking Vanessa out is actually good. So I definitely want to see about what other buffs I have. Raise rate, increased defense, don't care about that. We're already getting this buff, right? The defense down is coming from Suyua. So I don't need the monkey. What does Charlotte give me? Decreased skill cooldown. For ranged allies. I could see that being strong. I'm pretty sure this person is just, increased attack speed to itself. And bleed. Then we get Tessarion that does increased damage dealt to itself. And a burn. We've got accuracy from Celestia. We've got some duplicate buffs from Lapis, increased crit rate, and increased attack speed. Shiwa could potentially be a good one. Increase crit damage to ranged. Decrease enemy move speed. Hmm. Oh. HP double hit rate or defense crit damage. Stick with what we got there. Ooh, nice. Okay, well, I was gonna maybe stay on until the new character announced, but we'll just see the new character tomorrow. I don't really see any point in sitting. We're not going to be able to make any more progress probably today. So there's no point in sitting around for 2 hours doing nothing while we wait. But thanks everybody for coming out. We had a good stream today. Had a lot of fun. We're going to put some more work in on the game. Maybe tonight I can implement the sort of automatic system for the letters. So yeah, thanks everybody. I hope everybody has a great night, and I'll see you all on the next one tomorrow.